Oops. Hi, Renz. How you doing? How you guys doing? Oh, thanks, Renz, for being here. I'm guessing you're going to bed now, so have a good night. Anyways, we're gonna go continue on with this game. We're gonna be in day 4. Blobs, just to give you like the premise of the game or what's happened so far. We're a guy. Our dad's rich. He's a CEO of a company, and there seem to be like 2 girls who has kidnapped us and held us at ransom for money. They seem to be in debt, crippled in debt, but that's because of their father. Their dad is the one that was in debt, but for some reason they're now in debt, and we don't know why. Maybe the dad's there, the dad's ran away. We have no idea. We don't know who they owe money to. My guess it might be a loan shark, but we'll see. And we're on day 4 now, so we're trying to survive. So I think we're trying to escape, and we're trying to find ways on how to escape. So there's like multiple ways of escaping. One, just like trying to like somehow maybe hurt them and then run away and book it, but we're like tied to a chair. Another way is maybe persuading them to let us go, and it's not worth it trying to hold us being held at ransom and being held hostage, and them getting paid out by our dad, then them releasing us. We're trying to persuade them, but it looks like one of the girls is adamant, saying no, we're going through with this. I'm not letting you go. I need the money because we have to pay off this debt. We don't know how big the debt is, and apparently there's a guy who's calling the shots for this kidnapping, who goes by the name of Mr. Ken. We know nothing about Mr. Ken. We just know there's a guy, a mysterious guy, and that's it. Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. We're on day 4 now. It looks like we've got a fever, so we're not well because all we've been eating is literally like crackers for lunch and dinner, and that's it, and water. So we're kind of like, you know, our diet isn't really a balanced diet, so we're lacking the nutrients. I don't know if we're gonna die from malnutrition or not, but we'll see. Well, this is day 4, right? So just click on continue next. But the MC, in my opinion, he seems like, you know, not a nice person. He doesn't seem like a good guy. So even if we died, I wouldn't be too displeased. My head hurts. Through my eyelids, I felt the sharp sunlight. I opened them to see the little piece of sky from the window. I passed a long night half asleep. I couldn't recall many details about last night, just how weak I was. The fluctuating temperatures rendered my body powerless, and my brain made me feel nauseated, like I had a hangover. So let me just update my tiles, because we're going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 as well. Baldur's Gate 3 with lads. Does Cred have three channels? You got Craddock Z, Craddock Z4, and then Craddock ZKW. I don't know if you guys know that. Sorry, let's continue on. I felt there was something on my forehead and then realized it was a towel. I believe we're playing Baldur's Gate 3 in under 4 hours time. there was something on my forehead, then realized it was a towel. Or just like the usual dramas and animes, like, you know, a towel over the forehead. That's wet. The ice has melted by my body heat, making the towel disgustingly wet. Oh no, not our mom again. Remembering my foggy dream, my heavy heart dropped even further to the bottom. That was a memory of my mother, as well as the last thing I wanted to remember. So yeah, we suspect that our mom was being unfaithful to her dad, because her dad was a workaholic and wasn't even in the country for half the time. Was it because of the stress? The warmth and pulsation of my palms told me I was still alive. Eh? I suddenly realized my hands were free. Only the deep marks on my wrist proved that I wasn't dreaming. I started to move my hands in disbelief and tried to examine the rope on my legs when I heard the cold voice of the girl next to me. The girl was already awake, somehow monitoring my every movement while holding the cell phone. So from my understanding, the developers are from Taiwan, but the audio is only in Japanese. I couldn't see the little girl. I assumed they were taking turns to rest, but I wasn't sure where she'd gone. Maybe they didn't have enough budget for the audio, and if they had to choose an audio, they chose Japanese over Chinese or English. Maybe because they figured that more people would probably prefer it in Japanese. Maybe there was a poll to choose what language they would rather want to play it in, and they stuck with Japanese. Who knows? After the argument and torment from last night, my own animosity against her lessened a lot. Either that, or I just had no energy to care. Good morning. I coughed a few times and greeted her with a gathered strength. You took care of me last night? She grunted unhappily. The non-committal reaction was her yes. Oh? Didn't know you cared about me this much. Shut up. That's what she said to me. How dare she? How rude. Her shoes on the ground made a tap-tap sound. She walked to me and looked down from above. I have no energy, so we might as well just be, I wouldn't say obedient, but at least just be quiet. Like, we don't have the energy to fight her. Worried she might really hurt me if I said the wrong thing, I simply shrugged. You kill me after getting the money. After the silence, I decided to be transparent. She hesitated, then non-committally shook her head. I don't think she's gonna kill us once she gets the ransom money, to be honest. Because towards the end of day 3, if she didn't care about us, she wouldn't have got the medicine to bring our fever down. And I really do believe that she's not going to kill us, but who knows? Hold on a second. Be right back. Just give me like 10 seconds or 20 seconds. Kidnapper Whitehot, I don't know. You tell me that, Renz. I do like the art style of this game and the approach that they took for this game. There's no animation yet, but I do like the art style. My voice is going. Yeah, I do like the art style. It's really pretty. Her attitude seems to have softened from before. At least she's no longer hit me at random or threatened to kill me. If they really didn't care, they wouldn't have bothered to buy medicine for me. Yeah, that's what I said a bit earlier. It could be my wishful thinking. That's why I don't think they're going to kill us. But I'd rather believe they had no intention to really do that. So my next step should be... I mean, can we escape when we're like really ill right now? and we're currently on the mend. I should cooperate and establish a better relationship with them. I might be able to persuade them after winning their trust. Anyways, thank you.
なんだ
For taking care of me. She stumbled momentarily before responding.
礼を言うくらいなら親父に早く金を出させる方が現実的だ。何笑ってんだ
Nothing. I didn't mean to enrage her, so I shook my head, indicating it was nothing. A hostage thanking their kidnapper? This sort of development would make anyone doubt his or her sanity. The argument from yesterday was like a switch, bringing forth emotions long forgotten. Is there anything to eat? My improving conditions led to a better appetite. I asked her for food.
ほら
Okay, what she can give us crackers again. First a pack of cookies, then she threw a can of something else over. Oh, spam? I picked up the can and stared at the cola in hand in confusion. I had no idea why this thing would be here. Do I drink this?
バカ言え飲む以外にどうする
Thanks. I still had no clue, but wouldn't say no to a chance to switch things up. I opened up the cookies obediently to fill my stomach with something first, and then washed them down with the soda. So sweet. Since all I had were crackers and steamed buns, the sudden assault of flavour was too much.
後で薬を飲みなあんたの面倒を見る暇はないんだから
The medicine she spoke of was on the desk. The effect was immediate and didn't make me sleepy. I wondered what it was made of. The food and partial freedom allowed me to relax my mind a little. A relaxed hostage? I must have been getting too comfortable with the situation.
おとなしく親父が金を払うのを待ちな
As though reading my mind, she spoke to me calmly. This was the softest tone she ever used, as though she was comforting me. Not able to bear that gaze, I looked to the window. The more time we spent together, the more I understood her thoughts, her anger, her contempt, and deep down, her unease. If there was a way to avoid harming anyone and end all this peacefully. I shook my head, laughing at myself for the naivety of that thought. So what now? Okay. Oh, new area. Bathroom can now be accessed. Oh, sweet. We can go to the bathroom now. That's probably a hint for us to go there. But yeah, we've got some notes of the whole situation and the two girls. So this is like notes of like maybe potentially how to to escape and stuff like that. So here you see the clock on the wall has stopped. I have to figure out the time on my own because I was figuring out what the time was, but we didn't know. So that I needed to escape. Untying the rope was my only options, which is crossed out, I guess, because we're not feeling well, so they've untied us. There was nothing in my backpack that could cut the rope. If only I had something sharp, which I'm guessing is a knife. So maybe we had to get the knife somehow. Maybe persuade one of them to give us the knife. The only exits were the door and the window. Was there really nowhere else? We did check the windows and we figured that it can't be. So if you read the bottom line, it says, based on the height of the window, jumping out of the window would be unlikely because it seems like we're high up. So we're just going to plummet to our death if we can try to escape through the window. So we have to escape through the door. Here it says, I should try to converse with her. A better relationship could be beneficial. Yeah, so if we establish like a good relationship with that girl there, maybe she could set us free. But it seems like she's quite adamant in seeing this through until she gets the money. So maybe we have to persuade the little girl, which I'm going to show you in a bit. I couldn't rest with this cold weather. If only there was something warm. Yeah, that's crossed out because we managed to persuade the little girl to give us a blanket, and she gave us a blanket, so we're a bit warmer now. And that's why you got the second last line that says, "At least I could rest nicely now because we got the blanket." And then we saw the video game poster on the wall. And it's turned yellow. Was the former resident a video game nerd? I'm not too sure what that means. Like, if there's anything from that, like if we could do something about it or not, I don't know. So there's this girl here. There's the one that was been talking to us and been looking after us. She's a girl with long hair and sharp eyes. She didn't seem to be older than 30. Her pale skin didn't appear to be healthy, and she wore clearly outdated overcoat and scarf. Like I said, I think because she comes from a deprived family, and I told you that her family's been like crippled with debt, and for some reason the debt has passed on to her. So she's like finding ways on other avenues to pay off this debt, and I guess one way isn't the most legit way, which is kidnapping someone, a rich kid or a kid from a rich family, in hopes of getting money. I'm guessing the money's going to pay off the debt, and anything that's left over will probably be used so she could live a life. I don't know if it's a rich life, normal life, still a poor life, who knows. Live a life with her little sister, who we don't even know if they're blood related or not, because like I said, they're crippled in debt, so they've been living really poorly, so through hardship and everything, and they just want to pay off their debt, which wasn't even hers, because I think it was her dad's debt. But yeah, we don't know much about her dad. I still didn't get to know who she was. If I only could get her name at least. Why did she pick me as a target? I think we kind of figured that, because you see the thing that crossed out. Her animosity against the rich people made it impossible to communicate with her. So she targeted us because we come from a rich family. Yeah, and then you got the little girl. This little girl, she's the one that has been helping us, but I don't think we established a good enough relationship yet for her to like potentially let us escape. Because this little girl loves the older girl, the woman, and I don't know why. So she looks like she's from junior high. I have no idea how old that is. She's probably going to be around 14, 15 max. Maybe even 13, as young as 13. But yeah, she doesn't talk much. But yeah, she was the one that talked about Mr. Ken, and we don't know nothing about him. We just know that he exists, but that's about it. And she likes hot cocoa as well. So I'm thinking maybe we do have money in our bag, in a wallet. In our bag is a wallet where we have some money. I'm thinking if we can try and somehow like persuade her or the older girl to go out and buy her some cocoa. You know, trying to like establish some good relationship. So maybe we can persuade them to free us. Hi TTV, how you doing? I have a nice lurk if you're going to be lurking. That's a cute emote. Hope you're doing well. So I think since they've given us access to the bathroom, we're going to go to the bathroom. This is new. Like I said, I'm feeling like, can we not make the toothbrush sharp? Mirror. Last time I checked, we couldn't do anything in the mirror. I don't think I want to poop. I don't know about the bathtub. The window. Ooh. It looks so dirty. I don't think we can see anything through the window. We can wash our face, but that's a waste of an observation though. What can we observe? What can we think? What do we think we can click on, like observe, to give us hints in a way to escape? My guess would probably be the window, but it looks so dirty, so I don't know. Just another busy day. Can't wait for the vacation next week. Ooh, hope you have a nice vacation next week. And sorry to hear that your weekend has been busy. Thanks for the wishes, TTV. I hope it goes well as well. So I'm going to click on a window and see what it says. It's probably going to say it's dirty, but maybe we can see something to suggest where we are. Damn, too small. Some sunlight went through the foggy window, but it was still too small for a person to fit through. Okay, so that means we can't really escape from here. Maybe the little girl, but not us. So what now? Okay, we wasted an observation. Okay, we're probably going to chat to the last one. I don't know if there's anything in the bathroom actually. That's good. There are more stuff here. What are these? Crackers. We've done the books. The closet's still there. our phone, our cigarette. We don't smoke. Smoking's bad. I don't think we smoke. I don't know. I hope we don't get in trouble if we was to look at this. This won't aid us to leave, though. But it could establish some relationship with the girls. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. It's a 6-pack cola. Its packaging indicates is salt flavored. Salt flavored cola. I haven't really had a salted cola since elementary school due to its inexplicably weird taste. Where did she even get it from? So you drink cola when you're sick, huh? What do you... Don't you usually have a sports drink? Maybe hot ginger tea? Nanny would usually make a huge bowl of that for me to drink when I was sick. Just a smell made my scalp tingle. And now even that had become a special memory. That's interesting. I never heard about that. Salted cola. Oh, I noticed a bit. Oh, I noticed it's been updated. It's the window thing. There was a window in the bathroom, but it was too small to pass through. The topic brought forth some memories for her. There was some inexplicable emotion as she gazed through the window. Did it work? I did hear about drinking cola when you have a heat stroke, so in that regards, it did make sense, I guess.
知らないわよ。どうせ飲んでも死なないし、甘くて美味しいし。
It doesn't matter if it works. It's just a habit. Just like some need to pray before a meal, or some only smoke a certain brand of cigarettes. When a behavior becomes a habit, it starts to take on another meaning and leads to many memories. Looking at the side of her face, deep in thought, I realized even she had a sentimental side. I don't think she's a bad person. I don't know if we should observe. We don't need to rest. Our stamina's quite good. So let's try and chat to her and see if we can pick something. What is she? I don't think she's going to tell us our name. I don't think we're that close yet. I don't think we're close enough to know how much she owes to her. I don't pick this one because this one seems a bit too much. It's a bit aggressive. Maybe this one. But I don't think she's going to answer, but we'll see. Because we know that she's not calling the shots. There's a Mr. Ken. How much does she know about the kidnapping? I asked her about the little girl, hoping to learn a little more information. I knew she was going to do this. I was hoping she'll say something, but I guess we're not close at all. She brushed me off non-committally, but then after a while followed up with... Oh, okay. Oh, I was surprised by that answer. I thought she would push the responsibility on her, yet now it sounded like she was protecting her. What an interesting relationship. She seems to really trust you. She stared at me, biting her lips, but her internal turmoil was clear. That's not true. She said something about Mr. Ken. The little girl curled up in the bed, holding the bed sheet tightly. She didn't seem to be at peace even at night. The girl sighed lightly, and then turned to me to emphasize her point again. You can tell that these two are really close. She's protecting her 100%. Hi Blue, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. She repeated herself as though scared of involving the little girl. I got it, wakata. I replied perfunctorily, knowing that wasn't the truth. There was no way for her to be disobedient if she was forced, let alone defending her big sis. Are you going to be speedrunning your days? Okay, I see. Good luck with the daily runs for all the gacha games. Oh, we're afternoon already. Nice. Seeing that I had gotten better, she walked towards me with the rope. Do you really need to tie me up? I can't escape like this. Oh shit, the rope or the knife? Oh dear. I wonder which one I'm going to pick. She motioned to the rope in her left hand, then the knife on the right. Knife. No. No, she's not gonna stab us. Let's call her bluff. Knife. She ain't gonna kill us. I pick knife. Wait, what does that even mean?
両ももに1回ずつ刺す。
Oh
そうしたら
my.
拘束し
She
ない。
wouldn't do that, would she? She ain't gonna stab us. I'm gonna call her bluff. Never mind, the rope is fine.
言ったな。
The bread she brought back for lunch was the classic scallion bread with pork floss. The long absent flavour spread in my mouth and made this meal a feast after days of nothing but nutritive biscuits. In contrast to me wolfing down the bread, she showed no appetite next to the window. What was she thinking about? I decided to focus on the bread before me since I had just recovered from illness. You brought me so many flavours this time. How comes? Seeing all the flavours in the bag, I was confused by her generosity.
パン屋の売れ残りだ。どうせ食われなかったら捨てられる。
See. She coldly turned her head and grunted with distaste.
そう
But
い
is that the
う
truth
高
though?
品質を持参する名店が大嫌いだ。奴らは食べ物を捨てても困っている人たちに分け与えない。
I remember hearing that some establishments they're not allowed to give like the homeless or give their food away when they close up, because just in case they get like a stomachache or any illness, then they can get sued, right? That's why they've been instructed to throw it all in a bin.
奴らの言い分を聞いたことがある？残りをタダであげたら本来の客たちは金を払いたくなくなる。そんな理由で。
In the self-proclaimed fancy shops. From their point of view, they do have a point. I replenished some strength after filling my stomach and started to chat with her. It might be hard to understand, just like people not getting why others would pay thousands of Taiwan dollars for a steak, or much more for a pair of headphones. For most people, food was to relieve hunger. For some people, however, it was a pursuit of the ultimate sensation of taste. That's basically what I was saying, and I was telling people that how there's like two types of people in life: those who live to eat and those who eat to live. Time does affect the bread's texture. The store needs to maintain the quality for their reputation. That's true. Like for some like baguettes or pastries, you're probably gonna have to. I think their shelf life is probably a few hours at most. Then you're probably gonna have to throw it away because that's when the taste and stuff, texture and all that will disintegrate and slowly decay, and it won't taste as nice. So then you have to replace it. So if something's been there for like the whole entire day, I can imagine that it won't taste anywhere near as good when it's fresh and out the oven. If the shop cut the price when there was some left over, then people would only come right before closing. This would affect the profitability negatively. Yes, in the sense of those people who don't care about the taste, then sure, yeah, they'll come flooding in and buying it, waiting until it's half price or whatever, discounted and get it, yeah. But those who like the taste and live to eat good food, then they'll probably get it once it's fresh. But yeah, I do see their revenue being impacted for sure. So I can see why I just want to throw it in the bin and not give it away to people for free. Because if they did that, then these people who just eat to live, they probably wouldn't buy it for half price. They'll probably wait to the end of the night and then get the food for free and bring it home for the family. I initially wanted to explain the impact of an expectation mindset, but decided to go with a simpler way to explain it. Yeah, because I think if we explain that to her, she's gonna get pissed off because she probably think that we're better than her, that we're patronizing, looking down on her, etc. The shop needs to make a profit, so it's natural for them to, once again, always talking about profit and money. Only natural.
あんたが言う人の差がって何なの？人にやるより捨てること？
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, I never really thought about this, that both sides of this is actually quite eye-opening. It's obviously what we just said was more from the corporate side of things, right? We haven't really talked about, the people in hardship and those in need side of view, point of view. Because like I said, there's gonna be some people that will eat it and would be grateful and thankful, and that's it, and live to see another day and won't say anything, right? But then there'll be some people who are gonna eat it, and if they get like some kind of illness, food poison or whatnot, then they're gonna throw a lawsuit, and then the corporate are gonna have to pay out like I don't know, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, depends on the severity of the lawsuit, and they don't want to like risk it, right? Because it'll make a massive hit to their revenue. Didn't I just say it is not a matter of throwing it away or not, but the mentality of the customers would impact profit. Yeah, so he's talking more from the corporate side of things, and she's talking from the more the I wouldn't say customers, just from the people, especially those going through hardship and stuff. I wouldn't know what the right answer is. Maybe you would have to like sign a waiver saying okay, you can have this food for free at the end, but if there's anything, any complications with your health, whatever, you have no right to sue us. So you're signing a waiver, you're saying I agree that these terms and conditions, that if I do get ill, I can't sue you guys. I think that would be fine. But again, like if that's the case, then everyone will probably do that. Then wait until the end and not buy their stuff, which means it's gonna impact their revenue as well. So I don't know. But then again, corporate's always greedy, right? So I don't know. I think the reason why they would do this is because maybe they priced it too high, or maybe just so many people like free stuff. I don't know. So I can kind of see both people's point of view on this one.
品質だの信用だの。人が餓死するより信用の方が大事。金が稼げていたら他はどうでもいい。
Yeah, because the way that she said here, yeah, it sounds kind of fucked up, right? So some brand reputation is more important than starving people. Does nothing matter besides the money?
それがあんたが言う人の差が。
Her staring eyes were burning with fire, like those that had seen the worst of humanity and were overflowing with rage. That's the shop's real interest. Why don't you try to change that then? This might get us into trouble, but we'll see. Why don't you try to change that instead of complaining to me about it? I still had issues with her whining attitudes, but even if I couldn't choose one's upbringing, complaining wouldn't make it better. If the game's rules couldn't be changed, then why not try to play by the rules first, then change them when you could do so? There was always options to just slit your throat, hang yourself, or jump off the building, hoping it'll be better next time. Still a better alternative than whining all day long.
そう。自分で世の中を変えるしかない。
Surprisingly, there was no rebuttal, just a mysterious smile on her darkened face. Yeah, I mean, like, if you put yourself in like the homeless shoes, yeah, you probably would think that. But if you put yourself in like the owner of a establishment shoes, would you think that or not? I have no idea. You probably would think more, gravitate towards more, making more money and being profitable, probably. I don't know if you would care about the homeless. I don't know. Because if they did, then you'll see more charities and stuff like that. I mean, sure, they probably will pledge and donate money to charities, but it's gonna be like a, I don't know, 0.00001 of their annual revenue, probably. It's gonna be it's not really even pocket change, it's like breadcrumbs, basically. I had gone through beatings and threats, but her smiles right there scared me more than ever. The girl was looking outside of the window with the cigarette. She was always extra quiet when smoking, like it was some serious ritual. In a room only a few square feet in size, two people with opposite backgrounds quietly sat, preoccupied with their own thoughts. How old was she? What happened? Why is she doing this? I thought I didn't care, but the more time we spent together, the more I realized how different she was from my imagination. The criminals in the news all looked evil and inhumane. It was hard to imagine they might their stories too. The things they like, the things they hate, the people they cherish, their worries, their thoughts. There was a sentence from a book. Everyone tries to live a better life. No one would think of him or herself as being irrational or crazy. If you felt that way, that meant you didn't know that person well enough. I didn't try to understand them. The fast-paced modern society made it exhausting to take care of oneself, let alone others. We didn't care what others were like. Labeling them as a good guy or bad guy was just that much easier. So what now? Okay, more stuff to do. I don't know. Should we? I don't know what else we can look in here. Like, when we could look in the. Surely it's gotta be. Let's look at this pack of cigarettes. I'm not sure what brand it is, but the smell is not as bad as I thought after inhaling it for a while. They're in a blue package. What brand are they? I should try to ask about it. It might be a clue to identify who she is. What is that brand of cigarette you smoke?
何吸いたい
Nah, I'm fine.
じゃあ、なんで聞くんだ
Just found it smells special. She figured telling me wouldn't matter much, so she answered easily. Hi, Sleepingville. Thanks for the 45 watch streak. Thank you for the continuous support. Hope you're doing well and having a good weekend so far.
マイルドセブンって、親父がいつも吸ってるやつ。
Your dad?
とっくに逃げていった。家のことをほったらかしたクズ。また会えたらぶっ殺す。
Okay, so he did abandon, and yeah, so I reckon, I don't know the law, guys. So if your dad's in debt and he runs away, this is like from the bank here or whatever. Does his debt then go towards the children? If they are of adult stage, like who bears the brunt of the debt then if they're in hiding? Does it make sense to then say, oh, because you're their daughter, the debt goes to you? They had nothing to do with it. I don't know the law. I don't know if that's fair or that's legal or not. That's why I think it's probably the loan shark, right? Because a loan shark or like the triad or whatever, or mafia or yakuza, depends on which region you're in. Like, I feel like if your dad took a loan and your dad's like gone into hiding, if they find out that you're his daughter, then I think loan sharks and like yakuza, mafia, whatever, they don't give no shit, right? They're saying, okay, since he's gone, you now owe us the money. So that's why I think it's the loan shark that he owns money to, because I think, whether it's legal or not, that's what they would do. But I have no idea if it's a bank, if the bank can do that. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think the kids will be like collateral when it comes to the bank, but who knows? Maybe not. I don't know. Unless you're willingly do it, right? Because I feel like you could use you can use your kid's house, for example, as collateral after taking a loan, saying you can take the daughter's apartment or whatever. Obviously, the daughter needs to agree to that first, and then I give consent, for my dad to take the loan, and if he can't pay off the loan, then you have my permission to take my apartment and use that money to recuperate the loan. But I don't think you can transfer the debt to the daughter. But like I said, I don't know when it comes to banks and stuff like that. But I do think a loan shark, they don't give a damn, right? They don't give a rat's ass. They'll be like, yeah, your dad's gone, then now the debt's gone over to you now. Since he's hiding. If he doesn't want you to get harmed or whatever, then he's going to pay off the debt. But since the dad's ran away and doesn't look like he's coming back, then you're going to be the ones who are going to pay me. You're the ones going to pay us, and I don't care if it's fair or not. That's why I think I'm leaning towards that the loan is probably a loan shark or some sort of gang or something like that. Seeing how angry she got, I found something strange. Wasn't it just contradictory to hate someone yet smoke the same brand of cigarette? Okay, we've got something there. So I guess we've got some more details about the girl. Yeah, she still smoked the same brand of cigarettes as her father despite her dislike of him. Surely she was also conflicted. Let's see what else we can pick for chit chat. Do we know each other? She's gonna say no. What do you plan to do with that little girl? Yeah, let's do that. That girl. What's your plan? Will you let her go home after getting the money?
誰?
The one calling you big sis.
もちろん連れてく。
I heard some gangs would manipulate underage girls to make them into lackeys to avoid arrest. It had been only a few days, but it was clear that little girl didn't know anything and only followed instructions from her big sis. She even looked worried when I was sick. It was just cruel to ask a kid of that age to be the scapegoat. Does her family know about this?
家族?
She frowned upon my question. There was some sort of communication barriers or something seemed amiss. She has a family, right? Or did they abandon her?
その子の家族は私なのよ。
Eh? I couldn't make sense of it at that moment and just froze there, forgetting about what she even just said.
だから、姉ちゃんって呼んでたじゃん、私のこと。
Wait, so you really are her sister? Like sister?
他に何があんの?
So they are blood related then. She impatiently crossed her arms across her chest and asked, matter-of-factly. Ah, so... I thought she must be like a boss or some surrogate sister. But if that was the case, then her faith in her big sis would make sense. They are blood relatives after all. Nothing. Just that you don't look alike. I thought they did.
そっか。
They had similar eyes and stuff like that. She suspiciously looked at me and burst into laughter upon realization. She saw through me.
金をもらったら罪をかぶせるために拾ったことでも思った?
She's good. She's smart. She was smiling, but there was no warmth in her expression.
ふざけんな。自分がやったことにはちゃんと責任を持つつもりよ。あんたたちみたいに自分にいいとこばかり残して悪いとこを他の人に押し付けるなんてしない。
I just think your little sister is a good kid and would rather she doesn't get
そ
involved.
っか。私たちのことを気にかけているんだ。
She replied absent-mindedly as though not believing one word I said. Like I said, I mean, I don't mind them two living with us. Hopefully they can get a job and live a better lifestyle than they currently do, but obviously it depends if they want to or not. And we forget about all this kidnapping thing. So they're really siblings. No wonder she was this protective. Okay. Let's chat one more time rather than observing. I don't think she's gonna tell us about that, so I don't think she's gonna tell us her name either. It's a bit too soon. What next? How much money do you actually owe? I think it's probably too soon to ask this one as well, so we're gonna ask what's next. Hey, so what's your plan after getting the money?
聞いてどうする?
I want 50%. Give me 50% of the money. She suspiciously turned her head to me, waiting for my answer. Just curious.
くだらない。
During the long wait, I had nothing to kill time with but chatting. She stayed silent for a bit, tapping the cigarette ash on the desk, then quietly opened her mouth.
どこか誰も私のことを知らない場所で新しい生活を始めたい。
That would make sense. Start a new life, a new chapter. The face of a girl stating her vision was so determined, like some pious non-praying. There, a pious non-praying. There was neither passion nor desire, just serenity.
どこだっていい。少しお金が貯められて、生活はまあまあ成り立てばいい。
This is understandable. I think this is anyone's. Anyone would want this as well. You can't do that now? It didn't sound that impossible. She could have just grabbed a knapsack and gone off to the countryside like those work exchange folks.
今
She laughed and waved her hand as though I just asked something really stupid.
ないない。借金がある限り、あいつらからは逃げられない。顔を潰しても、名前を変えても無理。
I mean, this day can still apply as a bank, I think. But I do think it's Loan Shark or some sort of gang, like, you know, Triad or Mafia or whatever. But even if you got the money and paid off the debt, could you really get out of this that easily? Whether through surveillance camera footage or call records, it was impossible to escape from the pursuit of the police thanks to modern technology. I guess you have to move somewhere else, right? Like move to Japan, I don't know, Philippines, Thailand, or whatever. Escaping abroad might be an option, but the language barrier and the lack of cash could also be problematic. I didn't know if she had thought about this, but it was weird for me to ask her anyway.
おかしいと思ってんの?
Nope. I thought of similar things. I think everyone has going someplace where no one knows who you are. Away from the stigma of any expectations, just to live as your true self.
なんで? あんたは自分の生活のどこが不満なんだ?
Remember, lady, our dad's rich, not us. Men are greedy animals, haha. Noticing I didn't speak the truth, she hesitantly opened her mouth, but nothing came out in the end. I think that was an okay session. I mean, we made some progress, I think, in terms of relationship with her. Maybe she doesn't hate us now. But who knows? Maybe she still hates us. But not hate us. Finally, the girl put down the phone and loosened her tense brow along with a sigh of relief. What's up? He paid?
運が良かったな。話がついた。
Oh?
明日親父は金を払う。
Sweet. I just hope that she doesn't get harmed. For real?
くだらないことを聞くな。嘘をついてどうする?
She seemed to be in a rather good mood since all I got was just a look rather than a solid flying kick.
おとなしくしていれば。
Yeah, she does kick us.
あんたをどうこうするつもりもね。
So you will let me go?
さあな。とにかく変な気を起こさずにおとなしく明日を待ってろ。
She gave no promise and just shrugged with an ambiguous attitude. It went differently than I expected. According to my understanding of my father, he would have tried to buy more time to let the police track the kidnappers down. Yet instead he conceded rather easily. Did he really plan to just pay up? Knowing him, he wouldn't believe the kidnappers' claim so easily. He must have had a plan. No idea. I didn't know what he had in mind, which was a sad realization of how distant our relationship was. But like I said, yeah, our dad was such a workaholic. He's not even in the country half the time, and when he is in the country, he doesn't have time to for us to catch up much. So yeah, we're quite distant to our dad.
何しかめっ面してんだ。熱に頭でもやられたか?
She asked with a little surprise, after seeing me not saying anything with a lowered head. As if I responded vaguely. While I didn't think things would go this smoothly, I had no intention to tell my kidnapper that. Without noticing my concerns, she mumbled before opening a can of soda next to the window. She leaned back against the wall and let out a long, tired sigh. She clearly didn't have it better than me. Outside of preventing me escaping, she also had to worry about the police and negotiation process with my family. It might seem like it'll be over soon, but the key event was tomorrow. Would they really pay as promised? Could it just be a means to buy time? They always say parents will pay any amount of money for their children's safety. Don't make me laugh. We are not a normal family. Nothing could be done with this broken excuse of a relationship. Despite telling myself not to have any hope, I still wish for them to pay up. A self-contradiction even I couldn't really explain. My head started to ache again while pondering it. I tried to rest against the wall, but all sorts of thoughts stuck in my mind. Be a good boy at home, okay? Liar.
なんなんだ、あんたのおふくろは。
Came back to my senses from my fuzzy memory and answered absent-mindedly.
なぜあんたのおふくろから何の連絡もないんだ。国内にいるのに、息子が拉致されても顔を出してこない。どう考えてもおかしいだろ。
Maybe she's busy. All the unpleasant memories came to mind, making me try to change the subject reflexively.
バカにしてるの？
She raised her eyebrows, clearly not pleased with this answer. In retrospect, it wasn't really a convincing answer, but I still didn't intend to say more than that. Why do you care about my family? Are you an arranged marriage agent? If you let me go, I can give you my number. Maybe I stopped right in the middle of the sentence. There was only my voice throughout the conversation. She would normally have interrupted me by now. The strange silence spread across the room. I lifted my gaze and looked into her black eyes, realized I sucked at hiding my thoughts.
答えたくない質問をされるたびに饒舌になるのも金持ちの作法？
Maybe. I didn't expect her to notice such details, so I acknowledged her sharp observation with a bitter smile. Didn't you figure me out already? You should know our relationship was bad.
気にするのは金があるかどうかだけだ。仲がいい。
Why now then? I responded casually but couldn't help but wonder about the intention behind this question. Sheer curiosity? I felt it wasn't that simple.
あんたのおふくろは何がおかしいかを聞いてみたかっただけだ。クエンさんも連絡する必要がないというから。
Okay, so she's now mentioned Mr. Ken again, so now both of the girls have mentioned Mr. Ken. And Mr. Ken said it was pointless to contact her, so it seems like Mr. Ken knows her or knows about our family. Yeah, I mean, like, I doubt Mr. Ken was the one that she was being unfaithful to, or sorry, unfaithful with, rather. Mr. Ken?
あんたとは無関係だ。おふくろのことは喋るのか？喋らない。
Seeing her impatiently brushing her hair, I lowered my head to ponder how to respond. I didn't know where to start, really. It was embarrassing. I didn't feel the need to tell her.
どうなんだ？まさかママ母か？それとも。
Seeing me now pondering, she started to guess randomly and managed to get pretty close to the truth. Something like that. Just the roles are reversed.
は？
In the end, I decided to go with the easiest explanation. My mom had another man. It wasn't really something I couldn't talk about, but it just triggered tons of unhappy memories. Since I was a kid, she would often went out with someone, but I didn't know where to and what for. It sometimes would take her a whole week before she came home. Even the housekeeper couldn't give me a direct answer. Your mom is having an affair. There's no way for me to tell you to a 10-year-old that either.
はあ。
She supported her head with a smile on her face, which looked more like gloating than sympathy.
あんたらもおかしいものだ。めちゃくちゃなことばかりやらかしてさ。風鈴だの、相続争いだの。生活が退屈すぎた？
Expecting me to answer, she started to talk to herself and laughed as though hoping to balance things out by hearing of others' misfortune.
親父も騙されてかわいそうなものだね。海外で必死に働いて、人の女を養っているのも知らずにさ。
He knows.
知っている？
Said it casually and saw her staring at me dumbfounded. Yeah, he knew about my mother's affair. Cool story, right?
あんたバカ。
I have a sense of humor.
親父が知っているならなんで離婚しないわけ？おふくろを許した？それとも財産が握られていた？
Maybe he stuck together for the kid. I don't know. She ignored my joke and kept prying. After confirming the ransom payment, she became a lot more talkative. Who knows? I don't care, nor do I want to figure out. They like it this way, and I can't do anything about it. I actually asked about that just once. I could never forget his reaction back then. I angrily told him about my mother's affair, and the hand touching me tensed up immediately. Yet the shock only stayed on his face momentarily before being replaced by another emotion, some sense of relief. He softly rubbed my head and told me Mommy didn't have an affair. I simply misunderstood. Misunderstood? No explanation, just one single word. With the company increasing in size, he spent more and more time abroad. Never did he ask of Mother's whereabouts nor confront her as though nothing happened. Why didn't he ask her? Why didn't they divorce? Why feign ignorance? I couldn't ask anything, seeing his soft smile, and the unanswered question became the gap between us. It got wider over time until it became an unfixable distance.
ひょっとしたら親父も愛人がいて、結婚はただのブラフとか。
I mean, that is also a possibility too, but I have no idea. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
親父はまだお袋を愛しているのか。
After staying silent for a while, she eventually asked, I don't know. But I do know that I can't love her anymore. I didn't say the second part, and it didn't matter what the answer was. I deleted her phone number that day, and I moved out during high school, keeping minimal contact with my family. Since money came in every month, meeting up or not didn't matter. Maybe she knew that we already found out about it. No, maybe she wanted us to find out. In retrospect, too many things didn't make sense. There were better excuses for the affair to keep me from discovering it. She wanted Dad to know. Unbelievable as it was, it did explain many things. To force him to propose divorce, testing his reaction, regardless of the motive, there was no argument or confrontation as I expected, just a status quo.
慰謝料が欲しいから親父に離婚を迫っていたり。
No one would openly have an affair to get an alimony. No judge would be so stupid. She tried to find an explanation with a darkened expression. Save it, you won't find an answer. They've been like this for years. They at least tried to hide it from me when I was young. Now they don't even bother. The moment he was on the plane, she already is on her way to spend the night with another man. She just needed to play a good wife when he came home, as though nothing happened. It was like an adult version of playing house. The curtain raised and everyone's played their arranged parts. You are the dad working abroad. You are the mom taking care of the house. You are the kid that needs to go to school. We all knew it was fake, but no one would spell it out. I kept thinking that if my dad's company wasn't that big, if my family wasn't that rich, maybe things could have been different.
金がない方がいいと？
I expected that to trigger her. She started laughing coldly.
自分たちの問題なのにぶっちゃけるのがそんなに難しいこと？
Seeing her angry reaction, I somehow felt a little reassured. I finally confirmed I, myself, wasn't abnormal, but that my family relationship was abnormal. Things wouldn't go away if you pretended you didn't see them. That was just lying to yourself.
愛が冷めたらそう言って別れればいい。一緒にいるならそういう真似をやらかすな。それだけのことだろ。
I mean, that's true. Like I said, sometimes people stick together for the kids. Who knows? They like it that way. I didn't want to argue with her. The world is too complicated. Too many people, too many things that will take a lifetime to understand. Why do they do that? Why does society function like this? Why can't one ever be satisfied? I don't know. If there is no answer, then you just accept it. Reality wouldn't change just because you don't agree with it or because you know the cause.
どうしようもない。頭湧いてんのか。
She waved her hand impatiently as though nothing I said was worth a dime.
おかしいと思ったら人に聞いてはっきりさせれば。それともドラマの主人公のつもり？
You don't get it. Even if I...
あんたこそ何も分かっていない。
Abruptly interrupting me, she coldly responded.
自分はどれほど恵まれていたかも知らずに、どれほどの人に羨まれる立場にいるかも知らずに。
I mean, I guess people would react differently in his shoes.
あんたと同じ暮らしが欲しい人間は山ほどいるのに、あんたが金がなければだと？不幸なふりはよしてくれ。十分幸せよ、お坊ちゃま。これくらいの問題からも逃げようとしてるなら、マジでいっぺん死んでこい。
Yeah, she can't even do that because then she's going to leave her little sister here in this world all alone, broke AF and stuff like that. Angry as usual, but this time it seemed different. I could tell she was treating what I said seriously and was dumbfounded by that realization. I never told anyone about my family. I realized it wouldn't matter even if I did. Is that it? How come? Poor thing. The pointless reactions were just exhausting. No one really cared, and then it became a random subject of chit-chat. It was like talking about disasters on social media. All the self-righteous comments were really just empty words on things that had nothing to do with you. All it did was notify others, hey, I know about this, I have a heart, it's all meaningless. If you want to escape from even this type of problems, you may as well just die. Upon hearing that, I realized I was escaping. Fearing that atmosphere, fearing my parents, I ran into my own world and never attempted to negotiate with them.
なんだ、文句があれば言えばいい。
Seeing me not saying anything, she stared at me coldly while brushing her messy hair. No, you are right. I sighed. I actually felt much better despite my situation remaining the same. She went silent, hoping to see if I was mocking her or being honest. Then she spat and turned her head away, seemingly more awkward than mad.
どう思おうがあんたの勝手だ。どうせ明日に金が手に入れば二度と会うことはないだろうからな。
Good luck. She lit up a cigarette. The faint tobacco smell permeated the room, along with the cool night air. If they did get the money tomorrow, and everything just ended, that would be the best possible outcome. I shook my head and laughed at myself. Even I couldn't believe that. Life is fated to be a tragedy. We thus live in a hope of a miracle. I recalled that line. The air I breathed out turned into white smoke, through it I saw the foggy moon outside of the window. Even if I just once, I hoped a miracle would happen. Next day, I guess. Oh no, yeah. 3 o'clock in the morning. The girl was falling asleep in the chair. She had woken up a few times in a fit of drowsiness. Even the energy drink didn't help much. Worrying she might really fall asleep, she decided to sit next to the door with a blanket. There was only one exit. He would have to go through here if he wanted to escape. Even triple checking the ropes couldn't remove the unease. The image of him escaping came to her mind every time she closed her eyes. It would be all over in a few hours. That was the simple determination that kept her going till now. She had imagined how she would pay off the debt multiple times, and now she could see the end of the line. She didn't know how to avoid arrest or what to do afterwards. She just had to believe that things would be different.
あと数時間。
The quiet sleep talking echoed through the room. The girl secretly closed her eyes. Guess into day 5 now? Yeah. Choice. Guess I should update my title. Amidst the fuzziness, I had a dream. It seemed to be an afternoon after school. My mother hugged me so tight that it made my arms uncomfortable. She kept crying and apologizing, wetting my face in endless teardrops. Why was she crying? I blankly looked at my emotionally collapsed mother. Even a supposed familiar face appeared unfamiliar at that point. Even though she was the one who betrayed father. Even though she was the one who had abandoned us. So why did she look so sad? I couldn't ask a simple question from my heart, yet a voice answered nonetheless. That's how the adult world works. That was a depressed yet still young voice. Within the darkness, I realized that was none other but my own voice. Oh, flashbang. Holy shit. I woke up from my dream in shock with the realization that my face was all wet. I couldn't recall the details of the dream itself, just a sense of bitterness weighing on my chest, rendering me breathless. There were a few spots of white lights from outside on the ground. It was so quiet I couldn't hear my own heartbeat and the wind from the window. It was probably 4 or 5 a.m. I must have woken up early because I slept way too early the day before. I sat up to stretch my body, with the joints making a clear cracking sound. The last bit of my dreams vanished with the morning light. I noticed the girl was leaning against the door with the blanket, with her knife next to her body. She had clearly fallen into a deep sleep. Worrying I might escape, she didn't even want to sleep in an actual bed. She had a slender body, clearly due to malnutrition, and her unkempt shoulder-length long hair was tangled in multiple places. Her long eyebrows wrinkled together, as though she couldn't find peace even in the dream. Her long hair didn't seem very healthy, and even the colour was not consistent. One probably couldn't care less about their hair when eating for the night alone wasn't an uncertainty. She could be a beauty if she cleaned herself up and maybe put on some makeup. Carefully observing her asleep face, I almost forgot she was the kidnapper. Having a totally different family might have led to a totally different life for her. The world is not fair. I murmured what she had said and wondered what emotions she said that line with. Helplessness towards society? Self-pity? Rage against the rich? I decided to stop thinking about it and focus on figuring out what to do. There was no point in taking too many risks. They might as just let me go after tonight. Hearing her voice, I was glad I didn't try anything crazy. I finally managed to let her lower her guards around me. I just needed to be patient and wait for the opportunity. Good morning.
何をやっている?
She tiredly yawns and looked at me unpleasantly. Waiting for breakfast. She clearly didn't buy it and walked up to me with the knife. She checked if the rope was loose.
今日親父が金を払ったら解放してやるんだから、変な気を起こすなよ。黙って一言も口に出さないのが一番。わかった？
You never make friends if you are this bossy, you know. I responded jokingly, but she didn't seem to appreciate it. She stared at me briefly and decided to say nothing more. She then walked to the bathroom to clean up. Unlike as it might be, but if they were going to pay the ransom, they would let me go without me risking anything. The real problem would be if it was just to buy time. I wasn't sure what they would do if there was a delay. You know what? I wonder if the mum was crying because the dad like got connection with the triads or whatever, or some sort of gang, and he probably killed the guy that she was being unfaithful with, and that's why she was crying. I wonder. I don't know. Either I escaped on my own or waited for the police rescue. And I'm worried about these two girls because I got a feeling that if he has connection with some sort of gang or whatever, that once she gets the money, the gang will be after her. But we'll see. Either I escaped on my own or waited for the police's rescue. Well, I would worry about that after tonight. I do think we're going to be fine unless she actually kills us, but I don't think she's going to kill us. I think our relationship with the girl is probably be somewhat decent enough for her to say, "Oh, Ni-chan, oh, Ne-chan, you said you're not going to hurt him, so don't kill him," or something like that. I don't know. That's what I reckon. Let's speak to her. What can we choose? Why do you look really tired? Do we know each other? How much money? Yeah, she's going to tell us about her dad, so she might tell us. She might tell us this one. I guess I want to go why, and then how much, and then we'll see what the third option is going to be. Why do you owe that much money?
親父が
My
他の人と一緒に会社を立ち上げたけど、その人が金を巻き上げて逃げた。
okay, so her dad got swindled. That should be none of your business, though. You can just file for bankruptcy. This is what I mentioned yesterday. Can't you just file for bankruptcy and then you don't have to pay anything to the banks? But the thing is that she might say this wasn't a bank loan. This was from a loan shark or something like that, or some sort of gang. Let's see what she says.
親父は少しの辛抱だと思い込んで、闇金にまで借金をしてしまった
Yep.
んだよ。
Called it. Called it. I knew it.
あの人は経営に向いてないんで、また倒産した。金を儲けるどころか、自分も夜逃げしやがった。
I said, I don't know the law, but I don't think a bank can then transfer the debt from one family member to another family member. I don't think that's fair, since they had no involvement in it, right? Whereas if it's a loan shark, then a loan shark won't give a monkeys. They don't care. They just want all they care about is getting their money back. But legally, that's his own debt.
法律?
She cut me off with a grunt. Then she asked with a raised
これを
eyebrow.
学校のテストとでも思ってんの？みんながちゃんと法律を守っていれば、警察なんかいらないだろ。
She does raise a good point there. I think a social worker can help because it's just not by the books because you're going to a loan shark. But yeah, so no one can help you. She looked at me with amazement.
あんたは自分の人生に責任を持つことをちゃんと学んだ方がいい。これはあんたたちが一番よく言うセリフじゃないか。
I mean,
もういい。それとも私がどうやって生きてきたのかってことまであんたに報告する必要があるとでも言いたいのか？
she shut me down decisively and fell into deep thought next to the window with her cigarettes. So what now? See if she answered this. How much do you actually owe?
何のためにそれを聞く？
It was rare she didn't reply in mean words, just coldly. Is there no other option? Just wondering. Maybe it's the other option, I don't know. Just wondering.
多かろうが少なかろう
Doesn't
が
matter, just a number I
別
can't
に
afford.
まあ
Prob
あんたたちにとっては大したことではないだろうけどね。
I reckon this is probably about maybe like 100k, 200k then maybe. She replied mockingly and lit up a cigarette. She turned her head and said no more. Fuck, she didn't tell us. We're not close enough. Okay. You look really tired. Do we know each other? What's your name? She ain't gonna tell us her name, right? I do want her to tell us her name, but I don't think she's gonna tell us her name. And if I remember correctly, this is something you should never say to someone on stream with a webcam. You should never tell people on stream that they look tired. They do not like that. Maybe they are legit tired, but you just never tell someone that, ask someone that, or say, "Oh, you look tired. Is everything okay?" and stuff like that. People don't like that. Streamers don't like that. I don't think we know each other, but I do think Mr. Ken know each other. So I wonder if we ask this, if she talks about Mr. Ken. But I do want to know her name though. Let's pick this one. We could always pick the name on the second playthrough. I'll try and find her name. Do we know each other? I think I'm going to use a guide for the second playthrough to get the rest of the trophies and get a different ending.
そんなわけないだろ。生活にこんなにも差があるんだから。
Still don't know why us, like, sure, because our dad's rich, but there are loads of other rich people with kids. Hearing my question, she snorted mockingly. Really? Somehow I think I've seen you before. Hearing how insistent I was, she tilted her head and started thinking.
まさか店で。いや、ありえない。それとも、ニュースか交番で私を見たとでも言いたいの？
Smile seemed to sharply cut me. Her pointed words made it hard to get too close. Then why me?
まだそんなことを考えてんの？
Like I said, there's gonna be loads of rich people in Taiwan, right? So why else? She sighed impatiently. She waved her hands to indicate she had lost interest in this
あ
exchange.
んたの親父が金持ちで、あんたが一人暮らしで、これ以上のターゲットはないと思ったからよ。
How do you know that when we live by ourselves? Who is this Mr. Ken?
それとも、恨みがないとあんたを選ぶはずがないと？あんたの不注意と、あんたの親父が稼ぎすぎてるのが悪いんだ。
I was still uncertain if the culprit was someone I knew. The fact she knew this much about my household was just bizarre. Yeah, maybe Mr. Ken was the guy that that our mum was being unfaithful with. But why would she cry though? That question aside, didn't she just mention a shop? She had worked in a shop. What kind of shop? She couldn't seem to calm down on the big day. Pacing around the room, she kept checking her phone screen. A sound from outside the door. Judging from the girl's shocked reaction, I wasn't imagining it. Who could that be? There were questions in my mind, but I was pressed against the wall before I could even open my mouth. The girl covered my mouth in panic and raised the knife against my neck. The blade was so close I wouldn't dare to move an inch. Able to stop the trembling in her voice, she put more force into her hand and the sharp end would stab into the throat with a simple push. It didn't appear to be an accomplice. Since it didn't appear there were any other residents, one wouldn't expect a sudden visit. The police maybe? They might be able to find me through surveillance camera footage or my cell phone signal, but could they find us this quickly after only a few days? Following the train of thoughts, the step got closer. Then it stopped right before the door. There was no hesitation, straight to the destination. In other words, they knew there was someone here, as though waiting for something. There was no sound outside the door. No one seemed to want to break the silence. Her tense right hand trembled a little. I could see the sweat dripping down her cheeks. Oh no, girl, be quiet. The little girl's voice came through the door. Oh, it was a little girl outside. She breathed out heavily and dropped her arms as though exhausted. But I wonder if she's being held hostage herself, that someone's got her. But we'll see. She opened the door to greet the little girl who was carrying a bag and looked at her big sis innocently. Okay, so she's all good.
何をしている？どれほど危険なことだか分かっているの？声をかける前に私が切りつけてきたらどうするつもり？ごめんなさい。
It was rare to see her getting mad at the little girl who lowered her head apologetically. Through the door, I could see the views of the stairs. Their red armrests and grey walls were common sights in an old apartment building.
もういいわ。警察じゃないならそれで。待って。こっちに来ないように言ったはずだよね。
Now's not a good time for her to be here because today's the day where she's going to get the money, the ransom money, right? Who knows, the police could storm in here. I don't know what Taiwanese police are like. I don't know if they roll with guns and stuff like that. They could easily kill them both now.
何があった？誰かがあんたをよこしたの？
She raised her head suddenly and started to shake the little girl's shoulder with a nervous expression.
じゃあなんで？姉ちゃんと一緒にいたいだけ。
Direct response rendered the girl speechless and she became lost in thoughts while rubbing the little girl's head. The little girl's motives were simple. She just wanted to be with her big sis, but her sister had more to consider. How to avoid the police pursuit, what to do after getting the money. It was difficult as it was to escape on her own, let alone taking care of the little girl.
この荷物はどうしたの？
Designed to let it go, she took a plastic bag.
おさんが持たせてくれた。昨日の残りだって。彼女は全部知っていたの？わかんない。体に気をつけてって。 何があっても相談しに来ていいよって。
This is Ms. Wang. I mean, she works at some sort of like food place, I guess. She seemed to lose her usual cool, with her head lowered depressingly.
王さんが姉ちゃんのことを心配しているみたい。
Looking at the hesitating little girl, she bit her lips and finally spoke after a while. 大丈夫?
大丈夫。
Yeah, I knew it.
もうすぐ終わるよ。
She managed to smile while rubbing the little girl's hair, noticing the name that was brought up. Who was this Ms. Wang they were talking about? I think we should stay quiet. I kind of want to know, but well, it's probably best we stay quiet. I memorized the name secretly. It could be a clue to find the mastermind.
まあいいか。これでもいい。
She passed the knife to the little girl and started to leave the room with the cell phone impatiently.
彼を見張っておいて。私は何がどうなっているかを聞いてくる。電話しても出ないし。
She patiently mumbled and was about to step out of the room. Calling whom?
あんたは黙ることを学習できないのか？
Coldly stared at me.
誰に会おうとあんたの知ったことじゃない。分かった。
Probably a good thing we didn't ask about Ms. Wang then.
お腹が空いたらパンを食べなさい。水もまだ足りてる。すぐ戻るから、どんなことがあっても縄をほどいちゃダメよ。
Hey, what if there's a fire?
あんたは焼け死になさい。彼女が逃げられていればいい。
As if for my privilege only got me a merciless look, with a little girl quietly nodding on the side.
もう一度注意してやる。変な気を起こすな。
What else can I do? Barbecue? She wanted to say something while staring at me, but eventually she just grunted and left. The door closed, leaving only me and the little girl inside. We would learn if the ransom really arrived tonight or not. They would only keep a closer eye on me if the negotiation continued. If I wanted to run, now would be the best chance. The little girl had less strength than her sister, nor was she as on guard around me as she used to be. All the choices were like gambling. You never knew what would be your next card. The only thing that mattered was that you only had one chance to bid. I don't know, man. I do feel for the little girl. I don't want her harmed. So what now? Okay. Let's chat to the girl. Thank you for helping me. Right, I almost forgot to thank you.
なんで？
When I was sick a few days ago, weren't you the one who asked her to buy me some medicine?
私がお願いしなくても。姉ちゃん。
She awkwardly avoided my gaze as though admitting that helping me was something to be embarrassed about. I understood her conflict mind. To her, my gratitude might not be praise but criticism. So what now? Okay, let's chat to her again. Let's say how long you know your sister now. How long have you known your big sis? She stared at me cautiously as though not feeling too happy about me saying bad things about her big sis. Ah, you really like your sister, huh? I sighed heavily. That depression in my chest didn't lessen one bit. She nodded without a second thought. She was only just certain when it involved her big sis. Okay. Whatever. I wasn't sure if she was innocent or easily to fool. Even though she was being manipulated, she still got mad for her. Someone really needed to knock some sense into the little girl, but it was pointless to tell her that now. One was the big sis that took care of her, and the other was a random stranger that knew she knew less for than a day. It was clear who she would pick. Yeah, I'm sure she would die for her sister, and vice versa. Why can't I go up and down? Wait. Hello? Did the game glitch? Oh no, the game glitched. Oh, are you serious? I can't get out. I can do this. Yeah, sure. Back out, and then I'm back at the screen. I don't think it should be here. Oh no. Oh no, the game. Oh no, I'm gonna have to replay day 5 again. Yeah, I can't get out of here. I thought something was weird when I couldn't move down because I can't move up and down. You can hear it, but it's not moving. Oh shoot. Okay, I'm gonna have to close this and restart it. Okay, whatever. Games crashes, so it's fine. But I think I might as well have lunch now then, and then replay. We're gonna speed run day 5. I guess I would go up to that stage, and then yeah. So I have lunch first, and then we speed run to that place. That's unfortunate that the game crashed, or froze, or bugged, or whatever. Oh no, there's autosave, so I don't know when the autosave will kick in. Let's click on the autosave. Oh no, it's fine. We're with the young girl, so it's not okay. Okay, that's fine. But I guess I'll speed run through this, and hopefully nothing will mess up. I'll pick the same option, so it's fine. I don't really know your big sis. We did whatever. Yeah, saved. We're saved. Okay. I'm gonna try it one more time and see if what would happen. So I'll click on notes. Does it glitch? Oh, it didn't glitch this time, so it's okay. I don't know what was new. Wait, what was new? I didn't see the red dot, so I don't know what's new. Obviously, I'm guessing it has to be the girl, right? Obviously, it's where the girl is. With her head down, I should look at the scan and don't want to talk. No, that's not new. She believed in her sister. No, that's new. Loyalty was new. Wait, what's new here then? I mean, not new, sorry. Maybe she was unexpectedly loyal to her big sister's new. Okay, whatever. But anyways, I'll probably will have lunch now anyways, regardless. So I'll be right back. Just give me like the usual 20 minutes or so, give or take, and then we'll be back with this game. So see you guys in a bit. Okay, I'm back, guys. So let's chat to her one more time, I guess. Let's find out about Ms. Wang. I think out of the two girls, she's most likely to be the one who would tell us about Ms. Wang. And that Ms. Wang you just mentioned. She was about to talk before immediately shutting her mouth, still remembering her big sis words. I had to find another way to make her disclose it. I think if we say that, she's going to say, no, she's not my family, she's blah, blah, blah. She's your family, right? If she was the culprit, she wouldn't have asked her to rest nor brought them food. She mumbled my words but finally nodded affirmatively. By people hiring us. So this is not their first rodeo. Deep in her memory, she quietly recalled with her lowered head. I remember she says the bread rolls were left over, which means they are either from a bakery or a shopping mall. If it was a shopping mall, they would also have bentos and drinks. In other words, they used to work in a bakery. Okay, afternoon time. It was the 5th day of my kidnapped life. I started to get really tired of the unchanged room. So let's read the notes. Let's gamble. I think it's just a one-off glitch, but it's okay now. She was taking care of Ms. Wang, who worked in a bakery. Whether it was the afternoon sunlight, the reflection in the window, or the air mixed with cigarette and mold smell, I didn't have an enlightening experience. I just wanted to get out of this goddamn place. What's that? Noticing the bag in her hand, I asked out of curiosity.
Origami.
Oh, origami. She took out a pile of coloured paper. The rainbows of colours really stood out in this depressingly grey room. After a few slick moments, she had nimbly made a small paper crane out of it. She moved on to the next paper upon the completion, and another one was completed in less than a minute. A paper crane? That's nice of them. Oh, working from home. I heard some factories will outsource sewing and packaging to housewife and paid for quantity upon completion. Despite the low pay, many people took on such a job for the convenience and flexible hours. Oh, that's cute and sweet of her. But she should really be going to school even though she's not going to school. She was still working while talking. It wasn't long before there was a small pile. It didn't appear to be her first time. She must have been doing this for a while. How's the payment? How much each? 800 for 1,000 of those paper cranes. Wait, how much is 800 Taiwan dollars to GBP? £19 only to make 1,000. I don't know what the cost of living is like in Taiwan. How much it costs for food and stuff like that. It's like $25 for 800. For 800 Taiwan dollars for 1,000 paper cranes. How much is a sandwich in Taiwan? A full meal at a Taiwanese convenience store like a 7-Eleven can cost around 160, which is under $5. Okay, so we just said it was what, 25. So basically, for doing 1,000 paper cranes, she can afford to buy 5 sandwiches or 5 meals, 5 full meals in a 7-Eleven in Taiwan. Interesting. 800 per 1,000 cranes. That's less than $1 each. Even if I took only a minute to make one, it would still take 15 hours, sorry. It's less than 100 per hour salary, less than I expected. Yeah. That's not much. Isn't this manual labor? That's what I was thinking as well.
わかんない。折り鶴を買う人はもうあまりいないって。
It's true, not many people buy these like origami stuff, like those paper stars, paper cranes. It used to be a thing, but I don't know how popular it is anymore.
やっぱりみんな新しいものが好きなのかな。
Maybe kids still like it. Like it does look pretty, like a jar full of cranes, a jar full of stars and stuff like that. But as you grow older, I don't know how appealing it is. If you were $1 million in debt, even a century would not be enough, let alone the interest. There was no foreseeable hope. No wonder they rather took the risk and kidnapped me. A horse cannot gain weight if it's not fed with extra fodder during the night. A man cannot be wealthy without earnings apart from his regular pay. Illegal methods are really the only option to make money in the short term without capital. Have you tried jobs with better pay, like restaurants? She's too young, though, isn't she?
姉ちゃんがそういうのに手を出すなって。
She interrupted me resentfully, clearly not happy about it. Confused by her reactions, I tried to explain myself, then I noticed how she was suppressing her emotion by biting her lips. Restaurant jobs with better pay. Jobs with better pay. It only took me seconds before I realized what she didn't say. I averted my gaze apologetically. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She quietly lowered her gaze, but her expression did lighten up a little. How much do you owe?
いくら鶴を折っても返せないくらい。知ってる。
Guessing what I had in mind, she quietly resumed working.
姉ちゃんを手伝う方法、これ以外知らないから。
Yeah, even if it was I don't know how much was it what $25 US is in Taiwanese dollars, it's better than nothing. She knew this little money was inconsequential. She knew what she was doing was illegal, yet she could only do what she could, even if it was as pointless as filling the ocean with rocks. Do you know the story of the paper cranes? I remembered the bedtime story while I was looking at the paper crane in her hand.
千羽の鶴を折ったら願いは一つ叶う。
So you do know.
姉ちゃんが言ったことがある。でも全部嘘だって。鶴を千羽折るだけで願いが叶うなら誰も苦労しないはずだろうって。
An unimaginative way to put it, but I guess they didn't have time for romantic fantasy. How ironic that a dream fulfilling paper cranes were made by people without them. I observed her side face with unease. She didn't appear to have much emotion, just as quiet as a pond in full. The sibling had such a drastically different personalities. In contrast to her big sis' anger, she would just accept it without a word. She cared about her big sis' happiness and her current life more than fairness. I didn't know how to respond, so I changed the subject. If you could have a wish, what would it be?
叶うものじゃないし。
That's why I asked if. That's why I said if. She seemed to take my random questions seriously and started to contemplate it.
早く借金が返済できるように、誰かに追い回されないように、姉ちゃんにいい仕事が見つかって生活を楽しめるように。
So cute and innocent and sweet. Oi, I'm getting a little greedy here.
あなたが言わせたんだから。
God won't listen to you if you ask for too many things, you know? She got interrupted by me and started to smile sadly. A smile more heartbreaking than
ど
crying.
うせ叶うものじゃないんだから。
Feels bad, man. I tried to comfort her, but couldn't find the words. I resented myself for even bringing this up in the first place. Looking out the window, it was dusk already and the sun was almost gone. I wasn't sure if they had any luck with the ransom. There was quite an assortment of bread. I had the bread she brought back for dinner. I picked the richer looking pork floss combo and it tasted better than I expected. I used to only buy from the bakery that made fresh and organic bread. The price almost doubled, but the taste wasn't really that different. Economic inequality used to be some fancy catchphrase, and I never truly understood the meaning of it till now. It's unfairness in the extreme. Even if given the same amount of effort, they would never have the same life as me. Not because of my talent, but just simply because I was born to a rich family. Just like I said, spawn RNG. Some people choose work, study, and were already hundreds of thousands in debts upon graduation, while others never needed to worry about food or clothes and already had $1 million Taiwan dollars in business capital from their parents. Eventually, these would compete fairly in the same society. It's ridiculous, really. Yet there's nothing we can do about it. We were powerless against the system. The world isn't fair. That's why she was this helpless. It was getting dark and there was no news of her big sis. I don't know if she got the money. I started to worry while I didn't really think they would pay. I still hoped this fiasco could end on a peaceful note. If they couldn't get the money, all these thoughts intertwined in my mind. The little girl just ate the various baked goods quietly, not noticing my thoughts. You like sweets? She moved on to the egg tarts after finishing her donut, neither of them fitting for a proper meal. She quietly put her hand away like a child that got caught doing something naughty. I like sweets too.
Honto?
Yeah, honto ni. She looked at me, her widened eyes beaming with curiosity. The innocence in her expression made one question her age. So guys, hold a sec. She looked at me with a widened eye. I read this already. She looked like a middle schooler, yet her timid personalities and over-reliance on her sister seemed to be more like an elementary school kid. Yeah, I like cookies, cakes, and ice cream.
チョコレートは
Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of chocolate, but okay. I don't know about this guy. Chocolate is nice, but I prefer those with a higher percentage of cocoa. Otherwise, it's too sweet for me, so like dark chocolate then. Not really understanding it, she just nodded. She paused her work to grab a magazine from the book pile, and flipped through the pages before putting it before me. It was a professional magazine on desserts. There were photos of famous bakeries and detailed analysis on each of them. I could see her notes on some pages, including a white chocolate cake that got specially circled. The pure white cake was decorated with berries and covered in cocoa powder. The elaborate garnish made it look more like an artwork than pastry.
これ食べたことある
Nope. I suddenly try out a particular store. I only visited a few I know about. Sometimes people would give us some as gift, but I really had a taste for those since I didn't visit home frequently. Speaking of which, white chocolate is actually not chocolate.
なんで
It's basically from the it doesn't really take the cocoa from it or something like that. I remember the reason, but yeah, white chocolate isn't actually chocolate. It's white chocolate because there's no cocoa powder. Did you know it's made from cocoa butter and milk solid?
そう
She tilted her head and blinked a few times out of confusion.
どう違うの
Different ingredients. I heard white chocolate is not as healthy.
美味しければいいんじゃないの
Can't argue with that. The difference between us was never clearer. Comparing to my health concerns, she cared more about the taste. I flipped through the magazine with one hand, and there were more pages with notes. I recalled myself doing the same thing on a travel guidebook before a trip. Every stroke of the pen was filled with anticipation. You really want to try them, huh? She lowered her head, and I heard her response in a tiny voice.
いつか一緒に行くって。
I was getting a little tired of her constant mention of Big Sis. However, she only had her Big Sis to rely on. She couldn't go to school and had to become independent way before others. It just wasn't fair to call her ignorant. Ha, I sighed. My heart always felt heavy when talking to her. Sometimes I'd rather she were as angry as her sister. At least I wouldn't feel as guilty that way. The magazine was the manifestation of her dream: desserts, cakes, and chocolate. From my perspective, these dreams would never come true. Even if she got the money, I don't think she would be able to bring you on a foodie tour. Because I think their life is always gonna be constantly on the run, and they're gonna be like on the lookout and hiding undercover all the time, or hiding. Because obviously they're basically wanted fugitives and whatnot. She looked at me with an expression on the verge of tears. Seeing her depressed expression, I saw the words I was about to say, regretting the fact that I might have gone too far. I wanted to let her see the reality, but didn't want to hurt her either. With that said, there could be a chance for that in the future.
本当に
Ontani, yep. I repeated myself to give her confidence. The shaky lights in the dark lighted up her young face, which was filled with unease and sadness. She knew what her sister was doing. That very realization was what shaped her suffering. But she didn't have a choice. Could she stop her sister and convince her to focus on a proper job instead of kidnapping? There was obviously no way. I think even if I don't know how much she owns those or her dad owns the loan shark before he abandoned them. But I would imagine, like, given her qualifications, if I understand correctly, she had like good grades up to middle school, and then she had to quit school to pay off the debt and stuff like that. I feel like, you know, with someone with that much qualification, education-wise, she probably just living to pay off the interest and none of the principal amount or the capital amount. And I think this is why she resorted to kidnapping. Maybe this kidnapping can pay off the interest and the actual principal amount, and they'll be fine. But yeah, if she was to get a better job, a good job, I still don't think it'll be enough to pay off the principal amount. Maybe a bit, chipping it away, and it will take like decades to pay off. But yeah, I don't know, but that's what my guess is. My guess is that her dad probably owes like 100,000-200,000. But who knows? She was not to be blamed here. The ones responsible were her parents, her guardian, or even her big sis. But it's cute and sweet that the young sister, was trying to help pay off the debt. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound. She was back. Immediately, there was countless thoughts in my mind, and I realized I had no time to hesitate. The footsteps were getting closer, and my heart beat faster. I clenched and then let go of my hands. The palms were drenched in sweat. Maybe, just maybe, if she did get the ransom, then it would be all over when she got here. I wonder if it was a setup and that there was no one there and there was no ransom money. And maybe she's going to hurt us. I don't know. No one would get hurt. They could restart their life, a happy ending. All fairy tales. No matter how unlikely it was, I wanted to believe that the slight chance with my last chance of escape as the wager. I seldom gamble on anything, and this will be the only time I truly hope to win. I'm not going to try and escape. Let's just see what's happening. The girl entered the room with an icy expression. She didn't get the money? She had none of her usual cool anymore. Her messy hair spread across her shoulders, and I could see nothing but rage and despair in her eyes. I knew the answer without asking. She didn't get the money then. No money.
姉ちゃん。
あっち行って。
Is she gonna kill us? The little girl tried nervously to get closer, but only got shoved aside by her big sis, who's walked towards me with big steps. Oh shit, she hit us. Our stamina went down. Out of nowhere, a kick landed on my stomach and made me curl up in pain. Before I could react, a myriad of punches landed on me. Oh, UFC style.
黙ってすっ込んでろ。
The little girl tried to pull her away, but got scared motionless by her sister's yelling.
あんたらは全部同じだ。
But we did say that our dad wasn't gonna pay, most likely, but she wasn't having none of it. Oh crap! What's all this blood? She yelled at me hysterically, as though trying to vent all her rage upon me. I managed to cover my head with my hands, trying to shield my crucial parts. But there was a taste of blood in my mouth, my body spasming uncontrollably, and even coughing up gastric juice didn't alleviate the sense of nausea.
いつもこうだ。いつもこうだ。私は普通に暮らしたいだけだ。どうしてあんたらは私に無理を強いるんだ。どこまで行け。
Yelling and crying. The initial burning pain seemed to gradually disappear. All the noise mixed into one everlasting sound in my ears, as though from somewhere far, far away. I naively thought it would work out. I gave up my chance like a coward, believing they would pay. I knew it from the very beginning. I gave up my chance of escape to embrace an unrealistic hope, and here I was. She finally stopped, and the only sound left in the room was the heavy breathing and sobs of the girl.
全部良くなるって言ったのに。
As though hearing her sister for the first time, the girl dropped her fist and faced the crying little girl. Her clenched fist was still trembling. Her standing posture appeared extremely lonely.
泣くな。
I could hear her choking up, and there were tears in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them drop.
私も絶対泣かないんだから。
She bit her lips and eventually said every word forcefully.
死んでも泣いてやらない。こうなると知っていたから。何をやってもどうせ信じてもらえないんだ。あいつらからすれば私たちは死んだ方がマシだ。社会問題にしかならないクズ。全部と貧乏だから。教育されてないんだから。いっそのこと月給6万円以下は全部豚箱にぶっ込んで、中学が卒業できなかったら処刑すれば。
It's not her fault. Like I said, she had good grades. She had no choice but to quit middle school to, I guess, look for a job to help pay the debt, her father's debt.
どうせあれ呼ばわりだ。予備犯罪者、社会の地雷。
Yeah, not everyone is privileged enough to go to school, especially in like in Asia and other continents.
姉ちゃん。
よく聞いて。誰も私たちを信じてくれないし、誰も助けてくれない。自分たちが頼りだ。私たち自身。
It was a declarations and accusations both, a yell straight from her soul's deepest place. She unclenched her fist. There were spots of blood on her gloves, and she just laughed, ignoring that.
知ってたよ。このクソったれの世は不公平。
Hearing the familiar words, I finally understood the emotions behind them. It was neither helplessness nor acceptance, but rage and struggling against reality. Next day now, okay. Answer. It was morning. I didn't sleep well. The continuous series of incidents and the pain in my body made it difficult to fall asleep. I heard arguments and the sound of things getting smashed in my half-asleep state, but I didn't notice anything off in the room. Disc. Okay, let's have a look at the situation. What's the situation like? I should check out the bathroom after hearing the sound from it last night. Okay. The taste of blood in my mouth was nauseating and all my muscles seemed to be twitching in pain. I staggered to my feet and tried to go rinse my mouth in the bathroom, but instead I lost my balance and fell to the floor. I gave up and just left myself lying on the floor, feeling my chest up, heaving through deep breathing. Every heartbeat reminded me of the fact I was still alive. I wasn't sure if she just woke up early or didn't sleep at all, but the girl was leaning against the window with half a burning cigarette in her hand. She just gave me a look when I fell down. The air was so heavy that no one bothered to say anything. Time flew, even the cigarette sparks started to fade. Another cigarette was lit, and then it was out. Oh, hey, my nice. Not much. We just found out that the person who's been giving us the food was someone called Ms. Wang, and it looks like she worked in a bakery. And last night was the night where we was meant to get, or when I say we, as in her, the girls were meant to get the ransom money, but they didn't get the ransom money. They didn't pay out. Our dad didn't pay out. So she took her anger out on us, and she started like beating the living daylights out of us. And we were bleeding. It looks like we're bleeding internally because we was coughing up blood and stuff. And we just tried to we woke up. We tried to get to the bathroom, but we collapsed on the floor, and this is pretty much it there. So yeah, that's what you've missed. But yeah, we felt better from the illness, so we did recover from the injury from the medicine that the girl bought. But then she went batshit cray because our father never paid out. Our father's a scum. Also, there was some a bit more family stuff. So it was confirmed that our mom cheated on our dad. Our mom had an affair, and but the thing is that the dad knew, but the dad was like kind of okay with it, which was a bit messed up. Wait, why am I mad that she beat the MC for us? Yeah, she took out her anger out on us, saying why is it, why do you guys are like this and stuff like that. The repetition continued into the whole pack was gone. Like the little sister was like telling her to stop, but she wasn't having none of it. And then his sister was confused why they didn't pay as well. Bless her soul. We had a chance to escape, I guess, but we decided to stay here. Before, this is when because the girl went out to pick up the ransom money, or go to the, I'm guessing, the agreed spot to get the money. So we was left alone with the girl, and before she came back, we had a chance to like flee, but I decided to stay. Yeah, but in front of the little sister, yeah, I know, right? Anything to eat? My voice apparently shocked the girl, who immediately tensed her body like an alarm cat and jumped out of her chair. I was too scared to make any sound. She stared at me briefly before giving a long sigh while supporting her head. Yeah. With bags under her eyes, she didn't even bother to complain. I still wonder, can I not just put like, bygones, let bygones be bygones, water under the bridge, just accept her and take her and her sister to live with us in our apartment? Obviously she will still have to pay off the thing. Maybe we can somehow help pay off the debt, and because she's gonna have a roof on her head and food and stuff like that, she can live somewhat a normal life. Nothing is more important than food. No one knew what would happen next. I didn't have the spare energy to think about anything else but the present. Because the thing is that can she get arrested if we don't press charges? That's what I wonder. Like like for example, if someone attacked me on the street, can the police do anything if I say I don't want to press charges? Because even though they're the one that hit me, I don't know the law. Any lawyers in chat? What check? Right? I thought you have to press charges. Like, or someone tried to burgle into your house. You know who did it, but you don't press charges. So they technically got away scot free. Like I said, I don't know the law, but yeah. So if I don't press charges on the kidnapping, then maybe the police don't say anything. They'll probably say, you know, oh, I got my eyes on you. You're lucky that the person didn't press charges. The victim didn't press charges. But you should know what you did is wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
どう違うんだ。腹を満たしたら問題も解決できるとでも。
Wait, did I read that? Probably have. She threw the bread at me with a self-deprecating smile on her face. She probably threw it in our face. Or our back, because we're on the floor. So what now? Okay. I guess we just... No, they did say something about checking the bathroom. Because we heard something smash. Okay, it was the window. Oh, hey, yo, we got glass shards. The mirror shards. But then would that mean that we're going to attack her? Do we want to attack her? There are tons of shattered glass shards on the floor. I might get hurt by them if I'm not careful. I've tried playing with shattered glass before. My nanny nagged me for the whole afternoon after finding my hand covered in blood. So what now? Oh my gosh, that was a waste. Maybe she should have taken this one, maybe. I wasn't expecting to see running water from the faucet. There are toothbrushes and cups as well. Do they really live here? Oh my god, we just wasted 2 of them. Oh fuck. Actually, let's speak to her and see what the fuck happened. Let's speak to the older girl to see what the hell happened. What you plan to do next year. I'm not gonna ask them if they live here. What's the point? Just ask them what's the plan. So what do you plan to do next?
知らない。
She replied without a second thought. Her expression was so deadpan, I couldn't even tell if she was joking. Let me see, what was it? There was still running water. I was a little surprised. Okay. The cops will be soon though. Maybe the money will come soon. Maybe the money will come in soon. She stole a glance at me and snorted in displeasure.
自分も信じていないことを口にするな。私は
That is true, because we did say that our dad wasn't going to pay. He didn't seem like the type of person who would pay or believe that I was being kidnapped. I do hope he sends the money over soon though. Noticing the helplessness and seriousness in my voice, she didn't retort as usual and only quietly turned her head.
祈れよ。
After a while, the little girl woke up as well. She sat slowly on the bed. She looked at her sister first, then to me, and lowered her head helplessly. What happened there then? She feels dejected then, and sad. She said nothing even after seeing her sister's abuse. She just sat there quietly folding paper. Whether it was her sister yelling at her, or shaking her fist with an insane nasty face, these all must be unfamiliar to her. She thought everything was under control. She thought if she listened to Big Sis there would be money. Now she realized things were out of control. Not only would there be no money coming, they might have to face the penalty. The bubble of fantasy popped, leaving only the terrifying reality that made people uncomfortable.
何か食べなさい。
The girl passed the breakfast to her sister. The little girl raised her head and looked at her big sis, hoping to hear some words of encouragement or explanation, but there was nothing. The girl just leaned against the wall without a word. There were too many things to think about, and her sister's feelings were the least of her concerns. The little girl didn't ask anything. She knew no one could answer her question, or perhaps she already knew the answer. She started to make paper cranes after finishing the sandwiches. Her mechanical movements held no meaning. There would never be enough cranes to pay off the debt without the ransom. She knew that too. But that was all she could do to support her sister, nothing more. It was said that making 1,000 paper cranes would pass your wish to the divine. Looking at all the cranes on the floor, I wondered if her wish had been heard. Oh? What does that mean? Oh, we can do the thing again. So we, let's chat again. Let's chat to the young girl. No, can I back out? Okay, I can back. I don't want to ask this dumbass question. Why don't you try to escape? She wants to be with her sister, so she's not escaping. Let's look at him. Do you live here? Okay. Do you live here? Why'd you ask? She didn't answer directly, but carefully asked back. After I managed to check her a few times, she got more and more careful when talking to me, fearing to reveal more information. I saw toothbrushes and glasses in the bathroom, so I thought you might live here. I think only homeless people would find this place attractive. Hearing my honest answer, she covered her mouth and giggled in a bit of a mocking manner. I guess we just ask the last one and see. I hope this isn't considered as taunting. So in the end, no money. I want to say he doesn't give a crap about me. Better do your research next time you try kidnapping. The long wait led to this result. I could only laugh bitterly. Oh, he is a famous CEO featured in magazine and admired by many though. She grunted next to the wall, looking at me with an expression of sympathy. Like them, huh? Without noticing herself, she spoke of me as one of us instead of one of them. Who knows? Maybe getting kidnapped was not such a bad thing. So what now? Okay. I don't want to chat to that girl and the little girl to talk about running away. We can see if. Oh my gosh. We can see if we can chat to the. Okay, there's no more options for the older girl. Oh, paper. We can click on the paper cranes if we wanted to, because she was making them. But I don't know if there's anything in the bathroom to click on. We clicked on the windows already. This busted mirror. She was the one that broke it. I guess we can click on this. Shattered by violence, the mirror no longer reflected anyone's face. Yeah, that was a waste, but okay, whatever. I was hoping that could be like a discussion point with her in the future.
Oi.
Hey. I was dozing off against the wall. She was next to me when I raised my head to her voice. I'm down to cooperate, yeah, just don't hit me, please. This was the first time she had struck up a conversation with me since yesterday. She seemed to have made up her mind, judging by her determined tone. Fine. She probably didn't expect me to play nice like this and started to examine me top to bottom with a surprised expression. I can go home as soon as he pays, right? I want to get this over with ASAP. We share the same goal here. I don't care how much he has to pay. I just see it as compensation for ignoring me. Her lips formed into a rare smile. She started to press the button on the phone. It was so fast as though not giving herself time to regret. The little girl stopped her movements and held her breath for the upcoming developments. It was connected. The girl talked into the phone coldly. Anyone could sense the suppressed anger in her voice. She was pulling her messy hair and biting her lips so hard that blood was close to oozing out. There was also a sense of panic in her tone. Unlike the careful negotiation process in movies, this was more like an emotional venting session. She got more and more agitated, and eventually an angry fist landed on her desk, almost bumping everything to the floor. Yeah, I think she needs to remain cool and calm and collected. You know, keep her composure. She's been emotional, and I feel like there's a bit of a power shift now. That's the power's been shifted to the dad now. He's got the power now, and he's the one in control. The little girl looked at her big sis. I could see the fear in her black eyes. Her two hands were stiffly blocking her chest as though to protect herself. As an accomplice, she didn't have the courage to ask. She could only wait for her next instructions from her sister. Oh yeah, by the way, we found out that the two girls are actually blood related. They're actually sisters. According to the big sister. Cowardice, weakness, one could possibly accuse the little girl of these things. However, relying on her sister was her only way of living. The girl walked towards me and suddenly pressed the phone against my ear after turning on the speaker.
親父に早く金を払うよう言え。変な真似をするなよ。でないと痛い目に遭うのはあんた自身だからな。
Dad, help! Daddy, help me! Are you alright, Hao Chen? There was a deep voice from the other side of the phone. I responded absent-mindedly, not sure what to say at that instance. Not due to familiarities or sentimental feelings, but more from the sense of distance between the two of us. Compared to father, even the kidnappers felt a little closer to me. Don't worry, we are taking care of this, things will be fine. If you really care about me, why haven't you paid? The words got stuck in my throat and I could feel my reluctance to speak up slowly fading. Whether it was fear of being kidnapped, the pain in my body, or the illness that weakened me, I survived all of it. Yet his voice alone made me want to scream. We're gathering the money, but the amount is too high and we need more time. We don't even know, to be honest, we don't even know how much they're demanding. We don't know how much in debt they are. Stop lying. What did you say, Hao Chen? Are you okay?
うるさい。また息子に会いたいならさっさと金を振り込め。
Noticing my abnormal action, she grabbed the phone and spoke mockingly.
堂々たる社長様がうん千万くらい簡単なものだろ。
Okay, so she wanted a few $1 million.
何かを企んでいるのはお見通しだよ。これは警告だ。今日の夜0時まで金が入ってこなかったら、息子の声を聞くのは今のが最後になるからな。
Not giving him a chance to respond, she hung up on the phone without hesitation. I don't understand why the even hanging up on the dad. I don't understand why the dad doesn't call back.
やろう。
I mean, I guess she probably won't pick up, but you know what I mean. At least try to call back to show, you know, you actually are worried and stuff like that. That's something I never really understood. I guess it's just plot armor, I guess. After throwing the phone onto the desk, chill, relax, lady. You know, you don't want to break the phone because then how can you talk to my dad if the phone's busted? But then again, it's a Nokia 3210 or 3310. Those Nokia phones can last a freaking atomic bomb, I'm sure, crapper, compared to this flimsy Samsungs and iPhones that we have these days. Just a little probably raindrops would probably crack the screen, crapper. After throwing the phone onto the desk, she saw the scared look on the little girl's face, as though asking what to do. She took a deep breath and managed to form a smile.
大丈夫。すぐ終わる。
No, but I would have thought that phone wasn't that phone our phone, but I might be wrong though. I can't remember if that phone was actually our phone. Because how does she have the dad's number? Like the kid and the dad aren't close enough to know his dad's number off by heart, right? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe not. No. It's his phone. I remember because she said, "Why is your mum's number not on the phone?" And we said, "Oh, we deleted it." And then it turns out that after we found out the mum's being unfaithful to the dad, that's when he deleted her number off the phone. So I think it is his phone. But you could be right. We probably could. It could be possible that we've withheld our number and hid our number to call our dad, and knowing our dad didn't even save our number, so he doesn't have our number on his phone. That could be possible, right?
Probably I don't know if it's possible, especially because if he's got a Nokia 3210, 3310, my guess is that even if he's rich as hell, my guess is that this game setting, the story setting, is probably maybe like late 90s, early 2000s, potentially. I don't think this is like 2020 or something like that, right? So maybe phones aren't that advanced where you have limited contacts. And knowing he's a CEO and a really busy man with work and stuff, maybe he reached the limit of how many phone numbers you can save on your phone, and he had to like remove one, and he happened to remove his son's number. Maybe, I don't know. I can see that happening if it's like in the late 90s, early 2000s, where phones like, I think phone contacts were saved on your SIM card, and your SIM card had a limited slots of contacts. That's my guess, but who knows? Yeah. Because I remember some of my old phones, it would ask me to save on the phone or on the SIM card. But the older phones didn't give me that choice to save the contacts on the phone or the SIM card itself. I remember that once I transferred my SIM from one phone to the other phone, when I inserted the SIM card, happened to have like all my contact details, like, you know, my mum's number, my family's number, and stuff like that. So yeah, I think back then it used to save contacts on the SIM card. She tried to comfort her sister, but didn't seem to have that much confidence herself either. She pulled out the chair and took out a cigarette with a trembling hand. Noticing my stare, she hid her trembling hand.
何見てるんだ。怖いなら親父が早く金を払うよ。お祈りでもしてろ。
I want that too. Having probably never thought of this turn of events, she couldn't do anything but threaten me. She wanted this to be over as much as I did. All these risks were for the money. Without the ransom, the hostage was just a burden. if she really couldn't get the ransom, her best option was to escape rather than waiting for the police to come. So how could I convince her to give up?
あんた、
When you
今の反応はちょっとやりすぎじゃないか。親父と喧嘩するつもり？
His voice pissed me off. He didn't care about me and only acted like a good dad now. And in the end, he still refused to pay. He could at least have done a better job faking that.
金のためなら息子の安否も顧みないってか。あんたら、マジでどうかしてるよ。
And rich family doesn't always have to be a happy family. They could be messed up as well. They're all the same. Unable to hide her exhaustion, she supported her head while mumbling. I didn't get it either. I thought the world was a delicate machine. It moved as if it was designed. And we all took great pride in it. Yet ever since my mother's affair, I learned the machine was not as perfect as I imagined. And I only discovered more problems the older I got. The rusty pieces were hard to use, and the worn cogs were making strange sounds. The once great machine looked like a stupid pile of scrap. That's right, the world is far from perfect. And we all live in this imperfect world, struggling for survival. Nighttime now. Oh, it's raining for the first time. I could hear drops of rain outside the window, which then turned into a shower, turning the window into a water curtain. The temperature was lower now. Even with the coat, I could feel the cold sneaking in through the neckline. The window was covered in mist. The girl paced back and forth before the window. It was long past the transfer time. Any money transferred wouldn't be visible until tomorrow. We could only wait. Something we'd done a lot the past few days. No matter how long it was, this wait was still hard to deal with.
こうするしかない。
What I don't understand is that why can't we just like get along for now? Just play. Say I'll play along this. You know. I guess she just has trust issues. She doesn't trust us. I heard her mumbling when she stopped pacing.
彼を見張って
Keep an eye out on him.
ちょっと出かけてくる。
She's going out in the rain. She's gonna get ill. The girl left these instructions before heading out with her phone. I had no idea who she was going to call. There was no other options but to surrender or escape. How many have you made? I got a chance to talk to the little girl. I saw her nimbly fold and twist the paper. The finished cranes had piled into a small mountain next to her feet.
知らない。
Her movements didn't slow down while talking. She pointed to the colored paper next to
こ
her.
れを使い切ったら千羽。
Okay, so she bought 1,000 papers then. Let me help. I was bored anyway, so I took out a colored paper to help. Does she not even know? Do we even know how to do it? It was difficult. I had forgotten how to make a paper crane, so I could only try to copy her steps. My hands weren't really nimble. She had already made a ton of them by the time I finished one. Hey, at least you finished one, so it's actually a dub, right? Even if it's 10 to 1, like every 10 she makes, you make one. No, she's one step closer to making 1,000. Even though we followed the same steps, my crane looked super lousy. Even the head was all wrinkled together. Skill issue.
下手くそ。
It's true. I didn't know when she stopped her movements looking at my crane in its soy shape. She gave an honest comment. There's no way I'll make one as good as yours in the first attempt. Also, my hands are tired.
私が初めての時もそれよりうま
Wow,
くできて
apparently
る
it's a competition. Okay. Big deal. Just treat this one as a crippled or something and the next one, huh? I tried to grab another paper and saw her take my completed work and unfold it.
こんなんじゃダメ。
It doesn't pass the Q&A test. Really? It's still a paper crane, albeit an ugly one. You can't make a wish out of it? Out of this?
ダメ。
She responded plainly. Her determined look left no space for
うまく
negotiation.
できていなければ使い道がないの。
Yeah, kids are quite innocent. They speak their mind without any filters or holding back. It's pointless if not done correctly. The broken paper crane could be fixed. What about broken people? Why does God make everyone different? Wouldn't there be far less argument if there was only one kind of person? This thought came to my mind before I remembered a more important matter, getting out of this conundrum. Hey, do you think you convinced your sister? I didn't have much time, so I cut right to the chase.
姉ちゃんを
You know how messy this has become, right? You might get arrested if this keeps going. You won't be able to escape by then. I talked to her with all the sincerity I could muster. I hope all the accumulated trust was enough to make her believe in me. Just let me go and I'll hand you all my money. I can also mislead the search. You just need to convince her. Oh, she's back.
私に何を？
The girl interrupted my sentence and stepped into the room. You heard that too, right? If you let me go. I tried to make my point with her directly, but she just pushed me aside and walked to her sister.
うるさい。妹に話があるんだ。
There was no hesitation in her look. She seemed to have made some important decision. Given up? Knowing there was no chance to get the ransom, she decided to escape with her sister. The little girl obediently walked towards her sister with an unease on her raised face. Don't tell me she's going to slap her.
帰りなさい。
Oh. I think things are going to get a bit messy tomorrow. That's why she wants to protect her little sister and try to disassociate her sister from this whole kidnapping, so she's not considered as an accomplice and she won't get like into trouble. Simple words, but with major implication. They go to Ms. Wang or whatever. The little girl didn't move and couldn't make any sound despite having her mouth open.
先に王さんのところに帰りなさい。もう話がついたから。
でも
Demo? She tried to plead for an explanation, but all she got was an impatient response.
そっちに着いたら、もう二度とこっちに来ないように。いいね。
Okay, so I feel like the older sister knows what's happening and she's accepted her fate of what's going to happen. And she's protecting her little sister so she doesn't get into trouble with the law and stuff like that.
じゃあ姉ちゃんは
I'll see you when I come back out of jail or something. The little girl helplessly squeezed out these words. She couldn't even ask why and could only wait like a convict before the judgment was passed.
これからは一人で何とかする。 あんたまでここに残る必要はない。
I love the music as well. It's so sad and solemn. She said the words coldly and tried to avoid the girl's gaze.
ここにいさせてもらっても
Andwe, I mean, what's no in Japanese? I don't know. Andwe, not able to get her desired answer, she sadly lowered her head and pleaded with a tiny voice.
もう時
There
間
is
が
no
ない。
time. She shook her head and sighed. Ignoring her sister, she started to pick up her paper cranes and pack them up. Wait, so we're kicking her out in the rain at night? 1, 2, 3. She held up the paper cranes. With a simple movement, they all fell into the plastic
帰
bag.
った後、決してここに戻るな。何かあったら王さんを頼りなさい。
It's quite sad, you know. I do feel a bit sad right now.
店のことはできる限り手伝いなさい。王さんに迷惑をかけないように。
I guess you can do the paper cranes over there at Ms. Wang's place. There was no energy behind those words. The two fell silent. I could only hear raindrops echoing in the empty room. The slender hands, colourful paper cranes, and the echo of the rain. She picked up the last one and threw it easily into the bag. When the moment came that there were no more cranes to pick up, so would the moment of separation. Time stopped. Thousands of words seemed to be exchanged within this silence. When you spend enough time with someone, many things could be communicated without being said. Whether they were good things or things you wanted to hide away. Sorry guys, I'll be right back. Sorry about that guys, I'm back now. There was a package delivery. Oh, this part getting a bit emotional, you know? I'm getting a bit emotional as well in this part. There were good things or things you wanted to hide away.
姉ちゃん
Thanks. Because you know the little girl doesn't want to be separated by a big sister, and the big sister is telling her to go because she's trying to protect her. Because she knows shit is about to get down. And that she could die or end up going to jail. And she wants to protect her sister and don't let her get caught in it as well. She's doing what she thinks is best, but the young sister wants just to be with her sister. The little girl's voice was trembling. The girl's voice was light and soft. Because this could be their final goodbye, right?
もう帰ってこないの
We'll try her best. We'll try our best to keep her alive so she can go back to her little sister. Whether it's after prison time, at least she'll be coming back to her, right? Like worst case scenario for us, worst case scenario, we'll send her to jail. Best case scenario is she doesn't die, she doesn't go to jail. We try our best to not get her killed. The girl paused and didn't answer. Whether she couldn't or didn't want to, it had the same meaning. Her long hair covered her face, and I couldn't see her expression, yet her upheaval chest revealed her struggle. The best case scenario is her getting the money and she could live a new life with her sister. That's the best case scenario, but yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen, to be honest, but I'm a realist and I don't think that's gonna happen. So I think our best case scenario technically is her surviving and not going to jail. Our dad is not gonna pay. Our dad don't give a shit about us. Let's be real and nice. That's huge optimism. I'm a realist. That's not gonna happen. He's not gonna pay. He don't give a shit about us. No dams.
どうなってもいい。Aちゃんと一緒なら
This is so sad. It's like saying best case scenario is if we win the lottery. Facing her sister's pleading, the girls didn't say a word. The two looked at each other. A tear slid down the girl's face and left a mark on the floor.
何泣いてるんだ。死ぬわけじゃないし。
Yeah, the little sister needs all the hugs. Yeah, she's not dead, and in brackets yet, because we don't know if she's gonna die or not. The girl lightly patted her head with a soft smile on her face.
大事にしな。一区切りがついたら帰るから。
Seemingly losing the power of speech, the girl just nodded, yet the tears didn't stop falling.
早く行きな。夜遅いし、雨が降ってるから気をつけて帰りな。
The little girl didn't move until her sister gave her a push, gesturing for her to leave quickly. Before leaving, the little girl gave me a look. I could sense the despair and pleading in her eyes. What does she want me to do? Ask her to give up? Or convince my father to pay? I could do neither. All I could do was wait. A look before I left seemed to ask me to do something. What can we do though? I was left alone in the room, accompanied only by the rain, as I listened to the sound of them walking down the stairs and then waited the end. Maybe if we had like good relationship, maybe there was like a prompt there. We say, "Jotomate," you know, don't do this or something. I don't know. After sending her sister off, the girl returned to the room, shook off the raindrops on her coat, and sat back at the wooden chair in thought. She appeared to be much calmer after making up her mind. Yeah, I think she's calmer now because she knows that whatever happens now, her sister is out of it and will be okay. And she's going to be in the care of Ms. Wang. She tilted her head and looked at the rainy night outside the window. Her lower eyelids gave out a sense of serenity. No smoking?
なんだ
What?
あんたも吸いたいのか
Nope. I thought there would be scolding or teasing, so her plain reaction was
な
unsettling.
んだその顔は
I thought you would be mad.
怒ってどうする
I think she's like at the acceptance stage now. Waving her knife, she seemed a little more direct with us without her sister's
あん
presence.
たを殴った親父が金を出してくれればとっくに殴り殺してるよ
Not really convincing from someone who beat the crap out of me yesterday.
うっさい
After contemplating, I figured now would be the best time, talking to her one-on-one without concern. Hey,
静かにしてくれないか
I have a proposal.
聞きたくない
Just let me finish. Hearing her unhesitating rejection, I sighed awkwardly. It was as though seeing her smirk somehow made me feel a little more relaxed. Oh, what's that the code for? A safe? A vault? Our dad's Swiss bank account,
はい。
my debit card password, the one in my bag.
それがどうした？
Her dark eyes stared at me in confusion. She tried to figure out my intention. There's about 700 to 800k in that account. Take all the money in it. You can drag me there if you think it's a trick. The situation had changed since the first time I brought up that proposal. She didn't have a better option. She knew the chance of getting the ransom was low. That's why she had to let her sister leave first to keep her out of trouble. Go wherever you want once you get the money. You can untie me and leave me here too. You want the money, right? It isn't much, but that's still more than the millions of Taiwan dollars she would never get. Fearing that I might trigger her pride, I hesitated on what to say.
何も手に入れないまま豚箱行きよりはマシってか？
She had guessed my thought from my hesitation. Finishing my sentence for me, she burst into a laughter. I could see a strange light in her
何
eyes.
それ？同情しているのか？ん？
We care for the little sister. No, it's not that. Since it had come to this, I didn't even bother to sugarcoat my words. I decided to tell her my true thoughts. All my understanding from days of interactions and questions that troubled my mind. Why can't someone hire a private tutor while they didn't even have a chance to take classes? Why can some people why can some people talk about delicacy or don't even have the money to have a proper meal? You're right. Society is unfair. I repeated her favorite line. There was no emotion, just factual statements. Rich people can hire tutors when the countryside doesn't even have enough schooling. Some people have parents who figure out their career path. They can become managers regardless of their capabilities or personality, while others can never climb up the ladder. They keep saying there is no discrimination based on your upbringing. Everyone has a chance through effort. So-and-so started a whole business on their own, but it has nothing to do with effort. Why do some people have to put in more effort to succeed? Where's the fairness in that? If I didn't have enough food and had to deal with debt, I might have done the same as you. I wasn't trying to justify the crime, but perhaps people didn't have the right to condemn them from higher ground. They kept saying things like, why is our society so messed up? Or, you shouldn't commit crimes no matter what, but refused to help them. They attributed all to their successes to effort, while all their failures came from their environment or luck. It was nothing but arrogance when those people who lived a carefree life condemned others for committing crimes for the sake of survival. I'm just lucky. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, if someone stole like a loaf of bread just so you can survive to see another day, like, yeah, I feel bad. Like, you know, there's a reason why they stole a loaf of bread or an apple. Like, I'm sure they don't want to, but they have to. We shouldn't look down on them. I shrugged and concluded, it didn't kill or rob someone. Not because I have a better sense of justice or integrity, just because I'm lucky enough to have to make that choice. With eyes, please. Aladdin did nothing wrong. Probably never expected me to. I mean, it's kind of true. I mean, like, Aladdin was poor, right? So he was sort of to be a street thief, stealing food and stuff like that to survive. Hi, Color Blair. How you doing? Welcome. Probably never expected me to say all these things. She looked at me, speechless. Like, we understand. The lamp casts a light on her face. She wanted to say something, but after a while, she just sighed. I'm just saying this to show you that I understand where you're coming from. So take the 700, 800k. It's not quite the millions that you're demanding, but hopefully that will help pay off the interest and maybe a bit of the capital. Because if there's the principal amount, if you pay off, the more principal amount you pay off, the lower the interest rate is. So obviously then maybe it'll be a bit more manageable now, because the interest rate is much lower, also the interest amount is much lower. Maybe you can pay off the whole entire interest rate each month and a bit of the principal amount. So then next month the interest amount is even lower, and then slowly, maybe in a year or two you'll be able to pay off your debt. So yeah, just take those 700 and 800k. I'll be fine. We'll be fine. We can still live our lives, and hopefully you guys can live a somewhat more adequate life. Gotta stay one jump ahead of the breadline, yeah. I'm just telling you my perspective. You don't want this life, right? You want to live with your sister, right? Her body shook at the mention of her sister. In the end, family was the one thing she couldn't let go of. I don't know your past. No one would end up becoming a kidnapper if they had the choice. You should hide once you get the money. I won't tell anyone about this. They wouldn't even know if I just bullshit everything. No way. Still better than waiting to be arrested here. I directly interrupted her. She didn't retort. I think the cops will keep looking for you, so you have to figure something out. I shrugged and told her the truth. Kidnapping was a public prosecution crime. There would be troubles no matter what I said. Do you trust me? The sound of rain started to die down. There was only silence in the room. I could tell the girl was struggling next to the window. When I proposed this to her, she said she couldn't trust me. She had no insurance in letting me go. She couldn't do anything if I broke the promise. The only condition for this deal to work was that she could trust me. I initially didn't feel there was much to tell these people who were nothing but rich hating whiners. However, I realized we weren't that different, except in our upbringing and education. We could still understand each other through communication.
信じるよ。
Oh? She believes in us. I finally heard her response amidst the rain.
でも、もう遅い。
If only you trusted us earlier when we proposed this, like on day 2 or 3. There was determination in her cold voice. Different from her initial look of panic, she now seemed to be as calm as a lake surface. Too late? Noticing my expression of disappointment, she smiled and turned her face back to the
言った
window.
だろ。ずっと
It was
昔
too...
から遅かったんだ。
My tense up body fell backwards like a broken spring. All the hyped up emotion cooled down instantly, as if I'd been drenched in cold water. It is far more frustrating to successfully convince someone, but not to be able to change anything, than not convincing someone at all. I didn't know what her goal was. Why wasn't she willing to concede, knowing that there would be no chance to get the money? She couldn't wait any longer before the police came. She should just trust me and wait till everything has blown over. I yawned tiredly. I hadn't been doing much, but the emotional roller coaster and illness had made me exhausted.
もう寝なさい。
Noticing my tired expression, she covered herself in the blanket and turned off the light and sat next to the door. It became pitch black in the room. There was no starlight or street light outside. I couldn't even see the room clearly. I decided to break the silence. Please don't just pack me up and dump me on top of a mountain.
いいアイデアだな。忘れるところだったよ。
If you're gonna do it quick. I'd rather die instantly than suffer through it.
あんた、変なやつだな。
That's not a compliment.
褒めてないからな。
Both of us fell silent. The rain started to get heavy again, as though it was never going to end. Still awake? I didn't hear a response, but I could feel her gaze somehow. Let me know if you change your mind. I heard that nonchalant response after a moment of silence. I could vaguely see her through the darkness, sitting against the wall and facing me. I could see that her eyes were looking somewhere past me, far, far away. In that instance, I wanted to know, what kind of future did those pupils reflect? Day 7? Yeah. Maybe this is a 1 week game. Maybe this is the last day. I have no idea. Okay, and then we can go to the second page and then we put that bam there. This might be the last day because I think we're going to be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with the boys after. It was the same dream. There was no sky nor ground, only endless darkness. I couldn't control my thoughts despite being fully conscious. It felt like watching some old documentary. I heard intermittent sounds that seemed to be made by cats or sobbing children. I tried to find the source of the sound, but there was only darkness around me. I couldn't take hold of anything while listening to it. I had no choice but to search blindly, oblivious to the past of time. Eventually I saw something. It was an empty living room. The desk was scattered with all kinds of things, wine glass, medicine bags, books and papers. Yeah, so I think this is our dad's place, right? Or our parents' place. Mother was lying on the sofa in her pajamas and with messy hair. She was crying with her face covered. Did this really happen, or was it all a fabrication? The living room was always spotless and clean in my memory, and my mother was always radiant with makeup on. So why? Why couldn't I remember all this? Confusion and fear turned into waves that engulfed me back to the darkness. Oh, we're noon already. Jeez, speed run. I could vaguely smell the familiar cigarette scent and opened my eyes amidst the seemingly never-ending rain. Is it monsoon weather now? What came to my vision was a girl right before my face. She squatted before me and kept staring at me without blinking. Do you two just enjoy staring people like this? I helplessly protested. Even without malice, it was still not pleasant having someone staring at you when you just woke up.
寝ている時に何かされるとでも思ったか?
Seeing my panicking expression, she smirked. Plot twist, Mr. Ken is MC's mom's new husband and she's trying to get money from your dad. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering, is Mr. Ken the guy that she was being unfaithful with? I said that earlier when you was away, but I'm not sure. Because these two girls, or her should I say, the older sister knows so much about us. There's no way she knows about us unless someone leaked information, and the only person that could leak information is probably the person that she cheated with, because maybe she told information to him. And also the mom, I remember there was a scene where the mom was crying her eyes out, and we don't know why she was crying her eyes out whilst hugging us. What do you want?
動くなよ.
That part I don't understand. She grabbed my hand without my permission. The pain when she touched my wounds made me try to shake off her grip, but that didn't faze her. She rolled up my sleeves, revealing that nasty purple-black colour across my arm. I saw the swollen wounds marked with blood, like some scary totem. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe stepbrother, stepsister, maybe. Right? Sorry, stepsister, and both of them are stepsisters. She just grabbed my hand without saying anything. I didn't know what she wanted, but didn't resist either, since I didn't sense any ill intention. Yes, all the same, Mum. Yet she didn't do anything, just looked at me quietly. What? Finding me too attractive? I couldn't bear the unease and spoke. Well, nice, please. I knew you were going to say that. I tried to jerk her around, but only got the look from her. She lowered her glance and touched my wounds lightly. Her trembling eyelashes seemed to hide some unspeakable emotions. It's alright. It wasn't treated when I got hurt and probably would take quite some time to recover. I was lucky it didn't damage the bone. She grunted and let go of my hand. It was unbelievable, but she seemed to regret the fact of hurting me the day before. Alright, we're day 7 now, right? I need to change it. Day 7. Even she was aware of these contradictions. So what now? She returned the question with a self-deprecating expression that was hard to look at. She sat back by the window and took out her phone, then heard some sound of text messaging. The sound of rain and typing intertwined, becoming a peaceful melody that echoed within the room. So what? Okay, so we can hang out. So we just chat with her, right? There's no point observing and trying to get out. Might as well just chat to her. I don't know if we should do small talks first. Let's do small talk. So I heard you were a straight A student. The girl paused upon hearing me, then awkwardly turned to look at me. What the hell did she tell you? Realizing who could have leaked that secret, she sighed with resignation. So what? No, just found it interesting. Maybe things would have been different if she had stayed in school. Have you sought out government aid, like from the Departments of Social Welfare or the district office? With her father missing and her mother having passed away, they could have applied for low-income relief, and maybe the government could make some arrangement to help them settle down somewhere. It would be quite incompetent if they couldn't even take care of such a case.
私たちは条件に合わなかったのよ。
How do they not qualify for some sort of benefits or welfare? Not qualified? Do only those where everyone else in the family is dead count or something? She impatiently sighed. Is it because her dad is a runaway?
頭でちゃんと考えろ。まだわからないの。役所にいる奴らも、法律を決める奴らも、いつも人や秩序を守り、予定通りに動くと思い込んでる。お金がないなら低所得の申請を出す。借金が返せない人は倒産を申し込む。まるでいつもなんでそうしないんだ、こうしないんだとか。そういう解決、もしそんなのがあったら、あんたを拉致したりしないだろ。
Maybe.
もういい。私たちは生活というものをよく理解しているつもりよ。それに対し、ざまあ見ろ。あんたたちがそういう考え方を捨てない限り、そういうケースはなくなることがないんだ。
Finishing her declaration, she shrugged and started laughing.
まあ、私には関係のないことだけどね。
Oh, wait, I wanna check the notes. We still don't know her name. She surprisingly had outstanding grades. Things could have been different if she had completed school, but that was all impossible now. Pepe hands. So ask about her father. That might piss her off though. So just ask her expectations. We still got two times to talk to her. Doesn't matter which the order is. With dad and see what happens. This might be a touchy subject though. Do you still keep in touch with your dad?
まさか、今どこにいるかもわからない。
Yeah, because let's be real. If she was in touch with her dad, she could always just tell those loan sharks. I don't know if I told you that the loan was actually from loan sharks. So what happened was that her dad was on a business adventure with a so-called friend, right? But the friend took the money and ran away. So her dad got swindled, and now he was crippled in debt, and he borrowed even more money from the loan shark, thinking that this business is gonna prosper. Like it's still he believed in his business, thinking it will prosper, and he'll be able to pay back the loan shark. But obviously the business failed, and then he too ran away. So then the debt was inherited by her, and now she's got the crap ton of debt to pay. Right. I guess he's probably hiding somewhere abroad.
それはない。そんなにお金がないし、友達にもろくなもんがいない。
I remember the saying, sometimes the best options is saying nothing at all. True. That's like when you play Telltale games, they say that you can choose to be quiet and stay silent. And sometimes that could be for the best.
多分どっかで隠れていて、アルバイトでもして日々を送っているでしょうよ。とっくに死んでいるかもしれない。
It's like, especially when in like games like Telltale games where there's two people arguing and stuff like that, you don't want to take sides or pick sides, right? So just stay quiet and abstain. Oh, I didn't even expect her to describe it so vividly as though she saw it
あ
herself.
いつが家を出た時は、私はもう7歳で、ちょっと印象が残ってる。
Hold up. If she was 7 when he left, but the little girl was, there's no way she's 14. Right, because there's the little girl was. Actually, wait. If the little girl is like, say she's like 13, 14, 15 maybe, Just say the girl's 15, the little girl's 15, that makes her, what, 22? Is she 22? I don't know. If the girl's 13, is she 20? I don't know. Obviously here, it says that she can't be more than in her 30, right? She's younger than 30. But I don't know how old she is. So if they actually are blood sisters, then the dad left the little girl when she was literally a baby.
あいつは金を儲けることができるような玉じゃないが、自分もお金持ちになれると夢を見ていたんだ。私たちにもいつもお金持ちになったら何がしたいとかそういう話ばかり。
Hi Ed, thanks for the resub. Hope you're doing okay and you're well rested. Hopes your situation and things are a bit better now. I know it's been a while since we last spoke, and yeah, and I haven't really asked for updates, but yeah, if you're comfortable in sharing updates, please do, and yeah, hope things are better. And thank you for the, well, Chatty says 4 months in advance. If that's true, thank you for the 4 months in advance. Oh no, it's been worse. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Ed. I do hope things improve on your side, your end. That sucks to hear.
最後は自分の家にさえ帰れなくなるなんて笑わせるな。
It was the recollections that led to dissatisfactions. In contrast, the little girl didn't seem to care as much. Perhaps even she didn't notice herself, the sympathy and pity hidden deep under all the complaints. If there's anything that we can do to make your life a bit better, do let us know. Even if it's like to take things off your mind and stuff like that. So what now? Okay, so we've got one more chat. Let's chat this one. This is the last option we can talk to her expectations.
ね
Hey. Shocked by the rare occurrence of her talking to me, I raised my head.
え、昨日言ってたこと。
She pondered a little and breathed out white smoke. There was some warmth in her eyes. Is she talking about the card details?
もしあんたのような考えを持つ人がもっと大勢いたらこんなことにならずに済んだかも。
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna give you some more type things. I really do hope things get a bit better. So, I know with the word poverty, they never got much recognition from society. Wouldn't make sense why little sis isn't as much invested in her parents if she was a baby at the time. Yeah, exactly, because she wouldn't feel like attached or betrayed or anything like that. She just had no feelings whatsoever. Because there was no attachments whatsoever, because she can't remember anything. If people didn't criticize others based on just financial status, perhaps they wouldn't have come to this. Is that some sort of compliment?
そう思って構わない。
She didn't answer my question directly, as she nonchalantly turned her head towards the window. Noontime now. Got the money?
ない。
No. She gave a straight answer without a change in her cold expression. She put her phone back into her pocket and then looked at the scene outside of the window and then spoke calmly.
どうでもいいさ。もう決めたから。
Made up your mind? Hearing the implication within those words, I tried to confirm with her. She grunted in response, keeping her gaze focused somewhere far away. On what? Stab me and call it a day?
わかるんだ。
She flashed a naughty grin at me, to which I could only reply with a bitter smile. It wasn't that funny when you tried to joke about this sort of thing. You're surrendering yourself, or did you find somewhere to hide? I couldn't think of other options, yet she only shrugged nonchalantly.
その時になったらわかるさ。
That only makes me even more concerned. I didn't think she would end my life. Yet her strange calmness made me nervous. If there was a backup plan, then she wouldn't have been panicking the days before. Why was there such a great change of attitude overnight? Like a tune without harmony, the dissonance slowly expanded in my heart. I never believed in overnight enlightenment. Hearing someone say how they realized the truth of the world and gained a new life after joining some cult was more unbelievable than the plot of a bad sci-fi film. If a value you held true for decades could be changed with a few words, then what was the point in living? Sorry to hear that, Ed. Yeah, that place does seem like a really terrible place. Was that the one, that place where they couldn't do anything and left him isolated in quarantine because he had COVID at that time? But I guess the bright side is that there seems to be incremental improvements since. So, yeah, my thoughts are with you and your family, Ed, and I hope that he pulls through and that he gets better. There are signs to show that he's hanging in there. He's a soldier. But yeah, my thoughts are with you and your family, Ed. I do hope that he'll continue to improve and get better and be able to wake up and eventually get out of hospital, and then you can hang out and stuff. I really do sincerely hope things get better, Ed. But I'm sorry to hear the hardship that you've been going through the past few weeks, if not months now. It's been a while now. It's been quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. If a value you held true for decades could be a change with a few words, then what is the point of living? Hey, yeah, I know it's been a while, so like I can't imagine what you and your family is going through right now, dealing with obviously what's happening to your parents, and also trying to continue on your quote unquote normal life. Something just didn't feel right the more I thought about it, so I decided to figure out what she meant by making up her mind. What do you want? Seeing through my attempts, she laughed.
なんだ怖いのか
Shitless, I'd rather have some time to prepare myself mentally, like saying a prayer or leaving my will.
へえ信仰があるとは驚いたね
Not really, but might as well be before my imminent death.
そんなこと言ってたら十中八九地獄行きだろうね
She changed her pose against the wall, yet her gaze hadn't left the phone whilst answering me. Her behaviour only confused me even more, so I decided to change the topic. Where would you go after getting the money?
どこでもいい台湾は大きいんだから行くとこくらい
Still staying in Taiwan? I thought she was prepared to go abroad and hide there till it was all over.
出なければどこへ行く
She asked me with one eyebrow raised.
金持ちのやつらみたいに抜け穴に詳しいわけじゃない海外口座やら資金洗浄やら金をたくさん騙し取っているのに責任を取らずに済む方法とか比べ物にならないだろせいぜい強盗誘拐金の引き換えに命を張るくらいしかお勉強ができないからしょうがないことだよね
Words were filled with self-mockery and hatred. There was even a sense of self-abuse when someone as proud as her was saying that. Considering all the developments till now, plus her words, I finally put all the puzzle pieces together. You are the scapegoat, aren't you? With that train of thought, many things started to make sense. Why did she get into this mess with her sister? Why did she know so much about me despite being a lousy kidnapper? The creditors gave her the information about the kidnapping and told her it was a chance to pay off all the debt plus earn some extra cash to start a new life. To avoid responsibilities, they didn't even provide her any sort of assistance, thus why she had to enlist her sister's help. For the true culprit, there was nothing to lose. There would be tons of cash waiting for them if it worked out, and no troubles anyways if it failed. They had no choice but to gamble on this opportunity. Yeah, maybe it was a loan shark that was Mr. Ken is the loan shark guy that's organized this whole scheme. They forced you to.
自分が決めたことだ。
Yeah, we're here for you, Ed. And I hope you're just hang in there, and I hope your dad hangs in there as well and gets better. Yeah, wishing a full recovery. As though knowing what I was about to say, she glared at me.
私のことを子供とでも何も知らずにただ利用されていたと思っているのか。ふざけるな。
Spare me.
自分で決めたことに責任は取る。他人のせいにはしない。
Yeah, let's send Ed all our loves and prayers. I couldn't come up with a response to her words. She could have pushed it all on other people, yet she chose to bear it all herself.
でも妹は何も知らない。ただ私の言うことを聞いているだけ。
Her expression darkened upon mentioning her sister, pressing her lips as though holding something in. She didn't have some exceptional determination letting her carry all this weight. She was just pushing herself. I then realized how similar we were. We hated to be seen as weak, and the idea of us becoming the people we despised. We both hated this world, except she chose to resist with crime, and I chose to escape. I never saw someone this eager to be arrested. You are messed up.
歪まなければ生きていけないだろう。まともだったらとっくに母のように自殺してるよ。
Oh, wait, so her mom killed herself? She snorted carelessly. There was no sadness in her voice, though. There was no sadness in her voice, as though she recalling yesterday. Herself like a hedgehog, she refused to give up despite the challenge. She made it this far with the dream of a better tomorrow. If even that couldn't be granted, what else was left for her? I couldn't help but feel sympathy. Hearing the text message notification, she glanced at it briefly.
やっぱりそうきたか。
What? Paying me no mind at all, she lowered her head. There was no usual abusive aura, and in its place was some abnormal calm. She closed her eyes and sighed, and then started dialing. Who are you calling?
ほっとけ。なぜ金が入ってこなかった。
She cut right to the chase and kept going before getting a full
もう
response.
あんたたちと話す気はない。
She twirled her hair in a dispirited manner. This was totally different from her usual tone. She wasn't in a hurry, as though she didn't even care about the ransom anymore. Something's changed. The sense of unease weighed heavily on her chest. I used to be able to somehow guess her thoughts, yet I still couldn't figure out this crucial decision that she had made.
もういい。時間稼ぎだってわからないとでも思ったか。あんたらはみんなそうだ。すべては自分の主張で、他人は全員バカだと。
I could hear the sounds from the other side of the phone. but she ignored all those and
運
continued.
よく金を少し多く稼いだだけで全て思い通りになると思った？誰もかも言うことを聞くと思った？冗談はやめて。
There was a clear hatred in her voice. She coldly delivered her final words.
こうなったら絶対後悔させてやる。
She hung up the phone and threw it at the table. She took out the last cigarette from the box and let out a smoke drift through the room.
何？今度は何が言いたいんだ？
Sensing my hesitation, she asked me. I was thinking how to word this in a way that wouldn't trigger her. Seeing me not answering, she frowned and pushed me a little.
話があるなら言いなさいよ。前はあんなにペラペラと喋っていて怖がったこともないだろう。
Well, I learned my lesson. That's what humans are good at.
最初から警告していただろう。あんたがおとなしくしないのがいけなかったんだから。
So did you give up, or what? The heavy mood was disrupted by the conversation. I ignored the last bit of worry in my mind and found the courage to talk.
そうよ。金のために子供もいらない人がいるとは思わなくってね。たとえあんたを殺しても、彼は金をくれないだろう。
There was a bitter smile on her face. I did hope for some moving miracle, but here was the reality. Without trust between the two parties, there will be no negotiation. Even if he paid the money, the kidnapper could still break the deal. There was no insurance for the family. It was the most logical and accurate course of action, yet it made my heart ache like some bug bite. So am I free to go?
あんたを逃がすと言ったか？勘違いするな。あんたにはちっとも同情していない。私たちと来る。
She leaned over while raising her eyebrows. It was so close I could smell the tobacco. What's the point of keeping me if there's no money involved? For the record, I can't cook or clean well. I'm a bad choice for a housekeeper.
さあな。
She raised the corner of her mouth as though enjoying toying with me. You are really falling for me, aren't you?
10年早いさ、お坊ちゃま。
She squatted while replying and started to tighten the rope to make sure I couldn't get out of it. Is this still necessary? The rope rubbing my wounds created a new wave of pain. I couldn't help but complain about it.
ちょっと出かけてくる。ここでじっと待ってろ。
Hey, when would you be back? What if I need to go to the toilet?
我慢しろ。ちょっと買い物をしてすぐ戻る。当ててみろ。
Ignoring my protest, she left. What was she thinking? Hearing her footsteps get further away, I couldn't figure out the current state of events. I couldn't do anything but sigh heavily. I was by myself in the room, and no one would hear me no matter how loud I yelled. My limbs were tied up so tight I couldn't even stand, let alone escape. I started listening to the rain out of boredom and waited for the passage of time in silence. I suddenly realized how pessimistic I had become. I wasn't scared as much as I used to be, nor focused on escaping. Realizing this was coming to an end, I had given up even the desire to gamble. If I were you, I might have done the same thing. I remembered our conversation from last night. It was said with full honesty after understanding her helplessness and anger. Even in the 21st century, we still live in a world not so different from the past, where your upbringing was destined at birth. Despite all the claims of freedoms of choice and competition, we are still born different. Look at all those rich folks having a headache over a business problem. Are they truly happier? Those who fail blame it on the environment, while those who succeed credit themselves. Using those vague words to numb yourself, you can choose to ignore the unfair world around us. Normal people would just gripe about it briefly, how much hatred could cause someone who had difficulties in having a normal life harbor. Ha! I sighed in depression. The hot breath turned into white smokes in the freezing air. Wrong. Perhaps we all know about it too well, but we only chose to tell ourselves these lies since we couldn't change it. Just like now, I couldn't change anything even though I understood their pain. At nighttime. Okay. So after nighttime, I guess it's the next day, and then we're gonna call it a day because it's close to us playing Baldur's Gate 3. I heard footsteps in the stairway, and then the sound of the door opening. I grew speechless when I saw her. What's that? Supermarket sale? There were 2 gigantic plastic bags of stuff in her hand. It was like she's gone from being frugal to the big spender in an instant. It feels like it's like the Last Supper for maybe both of us. She took out my bag matter of factly and left it on the desk after wearing it a little.
どうせ私の金じゃないからね。
Yeah, we got ourselves a big spender here.
おとなしくしているわね。早くこうすればよかった。
We eating well tonight, boys? She tilted her head, apparently not used to seeing me disobedient. What else could I do? Crack my head against the wall?
そうしていたら手間が省けて楽だけどね。
She dumped all the food on the desk as though she just robbed a convenience store clean. The other bag was all alcohol. All sorts of beer cans lay on the desk, more than enough for 2.
ほら、
Hey, she suddenly passed me a beer.
酒に付き合え。
But aren't we tied up? Me?
他に誰がいるの？
What now? In a good mood?
いらないならいい。好きにしろ。
Sure thing. I grabbed the beer before she changed her mind. Confused as I was, I didn't plan to let go of what I could get. She opened the microwave spaghetti, which made the whole room smell like butter. There's a microwave here? There's electricity? A scent more enticing than anything I had ever smelled.
ほら、これあんたの分。
Is this the Last Supper? That's what I said earlier. Still not knowing her plan, I asked half
最
jokingly.
後の晩餐か。
She muttered with head tilted and gave a nonchalant
か
smile.
もしれないよ。
That was a bad joke right there. But I really couldn't care less when there was hot food right before me. I took the food, but I had difficulty removing the wrap. Can you loosen the rope?
どうし
No need to worry about me escaping. I don't plan to leave before finishing my food, even if you open the door and put a red carpet there.
冗談はよせ。たかがコンビニの加熱弁当だけで。
Yeah, but given the fact that of our previous meals for the last week, we take it.
言っておくけど、もし逃げたら本当に切り殺すよ。
It did loosen up the rope after leaving the threat. I still couldn't use my hands freely, but using the fork was no problem. I eagerly opened the box and dived into the food. The hot sauce spread within my mouth and warmed up both my stomach and heart. Finally having a proper meal after several days, I was almost moved to tears. Oh god. I didn't know microwave food could be this tasty. I guess when you're hungry, anything can be nice and tasty. She responded absent-mindedly, comparing me wolfing down the food. She barely ate anything and kept drinking the alcohol. It's easy to get drunk if you don't eat something. She clearly wanted to get herself drunk like that, worrying what might happen next. I tried to remind her about it. Hi Meteorite, thank you for the free watch streak. How you doing? Hoping you have a good weekend. It's a long weekend, right? Because you guys got Monday off, I'm assuming. Because you remember you talking about the long weekend. So good luck with the Genshin grind.
うるさ
Be
い。
quiet.
酔ったらあんたの思うツボだろ。あんたの説教を聞きたいわけじゃなくて、あんたと飲みたいんだ。飲まないと山奥に捨てるぞ。
No choice but to raise the can after hearing her threat. She was a surprisingly quiet drinker, with one hand in her pocket and leaning against the wall like a silent statue. It wasn't really that enjoyable to drink beer in this cold weather. Luckily, my body started to warm up and I could focus better. I kept myself conscious by eating food and drinking only low alcohol beer. Hey,
なんだ
what do you mean when you said it's too late yesterday?
本当に口が減らないやつだね。
She turned her head away and sighed impatiently with her index finger. sliding on the edge of the beer can. It's more than something to stay quiet when drinking together like it's some funeral.
そう
Showing no interest in the subject, she had another large gulp. How about you come up with a subject, anything you want? I still couldn't figure out her decision to the sudden change of attitude, and the vague situation made me uncomfortable. It made more sense to let her say whatever she wanted than to ask her about it.
あんたと
I told
話した
you-
ことあるよね。私の夢。
Like I said, I think this is the Last Supper. I think this is the Last Supper. I think we're both dead. After staying silent for a while, she quietly spoke about starting a new life somewhere no one knows you. Wait, you're saying that you're not gonna play Genshin? I thought you were gonna play Genshin. You said you got the whole long weekend to catch up in Genshin stuff. She threw the cans to the ground once it was empty, making a clear clanking sound.
あんたのそれっぽっちの金じゃ何も
Yeah,
変え
because
ら
I
れ
remember
ない
you told me. I remember you told me that you'll play Genshin. She said quietly, there was no anger in her voice amidst the rain, only powerless acceptance.
親父が残した借金は数十万どころじゃない。でないと、たとえあんたの金を全部持っていったとしても、せいぜいここ数年の利子を払うだけで何にもならない。
Pyramid head, bro. That's fair. That's fair. I think yeah. So I'm guessing that the interest amount is so much that 700 800k is just as interest and not the principal amount. Holy crap.
働き続けるしかないんだよ。借金を全部返済することはできないんだと知ってもね。
I guess if we really cared about her, then we'll use our money to help her pay off the interest and principal amount, and that collectively, us two and the little sister can like try and work hard to pay off the debt. But not many people would do that,
そんな目で見
right?
ないでくれ。
Let's be real.
あんたの同情なんかいらない。
Her face was red, and I could see the effect of the alcohol in her eyes. The light in them seemed to reflect all my thoughts. How much do you even owe? She lit up a cigarette and tried to calculate. She gradually breathed out the smoke, then shook her head.
もう覚えていない。どうせ一生かけても払えない額なんだ。
It was bad, man. She picked up the can and waved it left and right. She seemed to be figuring out what words to use whilst listening to the sound inside the can. The weak light shined on her face. She looked extra miserable from days of stress and fatigue. All these thoughts, fears, hatreds, and pity all mixed up in my mind. What does it have to do with me if the world isn't fair? They should be punished for causing this mess. Even once I understood that this whole thing wasn't just her problem, I still had these thoughts every once in a while. Locking them up wouldn't solve the problem. Without changes to the social structure, there would always be new crimes. Yeah, so what? We all just focus on the problems before us and wish these people would disappear. Rather than worrying about the faraway future, we care more about the presence where we reside. The alcohol spread within my mouth. It was too bitter to swallow.
私の一番怖いことはわかる？
I think she's given up on life. I waited for her to complete her sentence.
ここから10年、数十年。死ぬまでこういう生活が続いていくのが一番怖いんだ。
I mean, that's fair. Like, imagine living your whole life just to pay off your dad's debt.
毎日働いても借金が返済できない。一生他人の代わりに金を稼ぎ続けて。そんなの奴隷と何が違うんだ？
This is quite relatable for those who literally just make enough just to pay rent, buy food to eat, and that's it. That's probably how they feel
それ
right
より
now.
賭けに出る方が
So they can relate to her. Rather than paying the debt, he's just literally paying off the debt. The quote-unquote debt will be rent and gas or travel money and stuff like that, commuting money and stuff like that. I couldn't retort. Whereas there's life, there's hope. Felt like some pointless mockery. She reached for the bottle of wine. I could feel the strong alcoholic scent from her and her warm breath. Want to be drunk, want to forget everything, want to let it all go. I could tell all these without even asking.
親父が逃げた後、誰かが毎日借金の取り立てに来て、瓶を投げられたり、ペンキをかけられたり、考えられる。私まで先に付き合わせて。まだ12歳の頃だぞ。変わった趣味を持つ金持ちって多いんだよね。
The fuck? Nightclub when she was 12.
母は毎日そういう人たちに向き合わされていた上、子供2人の面倒を見なければならない。ストレスで
She covered the tragedy casually as though it was someone else's
母が
experience.
自殺する前に何を言ったと思う？親父を恨まないでってさ。私たちは恵まれていないだけって。
I mean, technically, the mom's true. What the mom said was true. Like, it was unlucky the fact that he had this bad friends and got swindled. But that doesn't mean that he had the right to run away and leave us with the debt, though. So he's two wrongs don't make a right. She started to laugh mockingly, then continued to mumble in a trance. It wasn't that far off from a movie plot. There were tragedies around us, but they never came to our attention until we were affected. Oh, hi, Wildfast. Thank you for the 10 months. How you doing? Hope you're having a good start to the weekend. I guess you just woke up, so I hope you're nice and warm. But welcome in.
どうしてこんなことになるのか。どこに問題があったか。どうして私はこういう目に遭うのかって長い間考えていた。
So yeah, we're still not sure if Baldur's Gate 3 is happening. We kind of agreed last night, early this morning for me, but it seems like maybe not everyone has assembled yet. Okay, so I can see 7 Dark Dragons and Crad. We're just waiting for a chip, I guess. So when I finish this day, I probably would end the stream and probably take you over to Crad if the session is still on.
やがて人は平等じゃないと思い知った。
So I'm just wrapping this up.
私たちは価値がない方に生まれただけだと。
I'll also see Meteorite live as well.
もし本当に神様なんてクソったれがいたら、そいつは
So
絶
if you guys want to
対死ん
see
だ方が
some
人のため
Silent
になる。
Hill stuff, then check out Meteorite.
金持ちどもが何をもって私をバカにできるんだ。何をもって頭を使うべきだと言うんだ。何をもって自分が成功しているような口を聞くんだ。
She got more and more agitated, trying to let go of all the injustice in her heart.
何様のつもりだ。所詮運が良かっただけじゃない。私と同じようにクソみたいな生活をしたら何もできやしない。
The wine bottle smashed into countless pieces on the floor. Debt, the kidnapping, separation from her sibling, all these things finally got to the girl. Her suppressed emotion all came out like a collapsed den. She panted heavily and couldn't calm down her upheaving chest. What I could do is look at her quietly without saying a word. She took a step back, then collapsed to the floor against the wall like a wrecking ball.
やり直したい。
Hands hugging her legs were shaking, and there was sobbing in her voice. It was the first time I saw her this fragile, like her carefully crafted glasswork.
全てを忘れたい。全部やり直したい。誰も 私のことを知らない場所へ行きたい。そんなに難しいことなのか。どうして他人が当たり前のように持つものが、私は一生悔しい。
Yeah, we should hug the big sis as well. She's going through some stuff as well. She mumbled as though in a dream. Her voice gradually died down until it was not audible. It would be nice if we actually knew the name, but I guess we weren't close enough to know. She didn't ask for some outrageous lineage or a rich family. All she ever wanted was a normal environment, but she couldn't get it. The world isn't fair. Some were born in third world countries and never had a chance to receive an education. Some were born handicapped and couldn't operate like others. No one can change that or deny that the fact. There is no difference. One could feel bad for the younger sister who knew nothing, but even she had a choice in the matter. Their father abandoned them. Their mother committed suicide. The debt separated them from education, and they had nowhere to ask for help. I shouldn't expect her to have the courage to challenge her sister, let alone take care of all of this after going through a constantly threatened childhood. Age doesn't determine if one should take responsibility, but if one possessed the respective power and knowledge, we could scold her for making that mistake. But what if she never had a choice in the matter? Breathing out some white smoke, I quietly sighed. You want to restart your life in a place where no one knows about you. That's impossible even if you paid off the debt. We were born with too many stigmas: gender, race, looks, family. They will not leave you just because you moved somewhere else.
そう。
She replied nonchalantly. There was a regret in her voice. How could these people get help? How can this unfairness be changed? Not wanting to ponder questions with no answer, I followed her example and took a big drink from a wine bottle. I decided to worry about that once I was out of here. So we can't talk to her anymore because there's nothing else to talk about. So I'm just gonna have a look and see if there's anything else we can click on. So that's the wardrobe. What's this? Even without the packaging, I can still tell the medicine on the tables are sleeping pills. There were quite a few in the house. My mother needed them to fall asleep every night. I actually almost forgot about that. Why does she have them? Why did you buy so many sleeping pills?
何？あんたに飲ませるのかって心配してる
No,
の？
I don't think it was going to OD us. Her response rendered me speechless. She couldn't help but start
安
giggling.
心しろ。あんたを殺す方法はいくらでもあるから。そんな効率が悪い方法は選ばないよ。
There was a smile on her face, but she mysteriously averted her gaze. So what now? Okay. That didn't add anything to the note. I don't know if we should click on the phone. Maybe we should... Oh, okay, we can't pick the phone. Okay, never mind. I was thinking maybe the phone. We haven't done the toilet or the bathtub. I'm guessing she might have taken them. I have no idea. Oh, with the booze, yeah. I mean, alcohol and drugs is not good. Yeah, let's go click on the toilet, I guess, because that's one thing we haven't clicked on yet. The toilet is ink green. I don't know why they picked this strange color. It's pointless to look at it other than to make one not to want to stay here. Okay, that was useless. Like I said, we clicked on most of the stuff here. We didn't click on this chair, but I don't know if this chair will do anything. So let's just do it. It's a simple wooden chair, unpolished just like the desk. It's quite rough, as though it was actually made by hand. I'm not sure how old this chair is, but I can almost smell its level of decay. Yeah, that's useless. 3 useless things we picked, but what can you do? There was nothing else to pick, I don't think. With the passage of time, the two of us fell silent. The wine glass were empty and the topics of conversation were exhausted. All that was left was the epilogue.
あんたの言った通り、終わりにしよう。
Just feeling sleepy. The girl put down the can and walked towards me with the kitchen knife. She didn't even seem to mind the glass shard on the floor. Oh. The edge of the knife pointing at me flashed with danger. A simple push and that would be the end of my life. She stopped suddenly. Her hands were trembling. Nor did she seem confused. She just observed me calmly. The rain echoed in the room along with the shallow breathing of the two of us.
怖くないのか？
Are you going to kill me? I stared right back into her gaze. In the darkness, her eyes shined like stars. In those eyes, I saw myself exhausted but fearless.
本当に怖くないんだね。
I've accepted my death long time ago, to be honest. Her expression relaxed and she lowered the hand that held the knife. There was a note of frustration in her voice. Fear wouldn't help me here, right? I could only reply with a bitter smile. There's no way that I wouldn't be scared by having a knife pointed at me. My hands were still trembling. Yet I couldn't escape nor resist. My only hope was that she wouldn't do
緊
it.
張するところを見てやりたかったのに。
She wanted us to shit in our pants. Jeez. He cut through the ropes around my legs, and finally receiving the freedom after all these days, I found the sensation extremely unfamiliar. I eagerly tried to move my legs. There were bruises where the rope used to be, as though they weren't part of my own body. I stood up while supporting myself against the wall. Finally looking at her from eye level, I realized she wasn't actually that tall. Oh, hi Ivid, how you doing? Welcome. Good morning. It's really early there. It's like 7:18 there, but I hope you're doing okay. No worries, Ivid. Have a nice look, and hope you have a good weekend, long weekend. If you have Monday as well, spare Monday, a free Monday. She still pointed a knife at me. The dim lamplight lit her exhausted yet determined face. Yeah, many hugs for Taco as well. Cute cat
もし
with the majestic fur.
あんたがもし本当に人々がそう違わないと思えるなら、彼らにあんたの言った通り運が悪かっただけな人たちに。
They are just unlucky. There was something off about her words, but I couldn't really tell what it was. The alcohol made my mind numb. Is she freeing us and telling us to help change the world and make it better?
早く行け。ここから出て道に沿って10分ぐらい歩くと住宅が見えてくるはずだ。
Is she gonna delete herself? The weakness on her face disappeared instantly and changed into her usual cold expression. What about you? I still couldn't believe she would just let me go.
まだやることがあるんだ。
I had something else to take care of. Something else?
ほっとけ。私の気が変わる前に早く出ていけ。
We're staying. I can't. I have a conscience. Like, even if she's letting us go, if she's gonna endanger herself, we can't just leave, right? She decided to say nothing more and just stared at me. Was she planning to run, or would there be someone helping her? Neither option seemed likely.
頭がいかれているのか。それとも追い出されないと
But
動
your
けない
little
の
sister,
か。
think about the little sister. She's waiting for you at Ms. Wang's place for you to come back to her. I still couldn't figure out what was wrong before she started to rush me. There were many pieces hidden in my mind, and I couldn't pinpoint the problem. Might be strange for me to say this, but I hope your dreams will come true.
叶えるさ。
She smiled lightly with a bizarre confidence. Whatever. Leaving those questions behind, I stepped forward. My joints felt stiff like rusty metal, and every pore of my muscles led to a sore sensation. This small dusty room and its mouldy air. Would I remember this place or forever forget about it like a dream? I took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked into the rain without turning back. Hey yo, stay! Just stay. What are you doing? She's gonna end her life. Technically, she's slowly ending her life right now. The heavy rain almost instantly soaked my clothes. I couldn't help but tremble from the cold and could barely stand with the twitching thighs. Why can't we just go back in and tell her, yeah, you know, we'll leave when the rain stops so we can spend more time with her. One step at a time, I could barely tell what direction I was headed this late at night. Rain also fogged my vision. Thick bushes cut my skin, This walk felt like an eternity. Was I on the right track? Should I rest? There were all these doubts and questions in my mind as though they were part of some scenery in the dream. The same borderless world of the darkness that would engulf everything. I raised my face and let the rain fall on it. The icing sensation sobered me up a little. My muscles were still trembling, and I could feel my temperature dropping. Am I not able to go forward if I stopped there? No more running. I promised her that I would live on with my power and change what I hated. I took a deep breath, clenched my teeth, and took another step. Finally, I saw the light in the distance. As though waking up from a dream, a wave of sensation flooded through me. All the frustration, unease, hunger, and pain were as comfortable as fire burning, but they were all real. I finally confirmed it, had made it out. And in that moment of relief, my body gave out and I lost consciousness. I want to go back and see if she's okay. They say rain is the tears of God shed for the heartbroken. They say that the rain is the water cast by the divine to cleanse our sins. The girl rested her head near the window while watching the never-ending rain. Countless memories ran through her mind. Those that she kept in mind, those that she refused to face, and those that she thought she had forgotten. Must be the medicine. She was losing her grasp of consciousness. Her head was heavy like she had a hangover. She recalled the kidnapping event, her father and her mother who ended her life. She had hated him for abandoning them and her for showing weakness in the face of pressure. She thought of, oh, that's her name, Eiling, her sister who had never experienced real joy. She didn't know if her sister was doing well or if she was safe. Strangely enough, there wasn't that much of emotions at the very moment. There was a little bit of regrets and sadness, but nothing else seemed to matter. Nothing else matters, Metallica. Finally, the person she kidnapped, she wanted to torment those self-righteous people and make them taste the same fear and hunger. However, the more time they spent together, the less she understood. Was he just someone special, or was the distance between the two just not as far apart as she had thought? We aren't different, you are just unlucky. This was the first time someone had told her that. She had been pushing herself and refused to show any weakness before others. Not until hearing that line, she did realize how much she craved recognition. Hi T, how you doing? Welcome. She wanted someone to tell her this wasn't her fault and that we were all the same. Even with different upbringings and from different social classes, could the two truly understand each other? It was getting difficult to think. Let someone else handle the complicated questions. The last cigarette was lit, and the smell woke up her mind just a little, yet her hand could hold it no more. She left it on the desk and let a familiar scent permeate the room. She pauselessly laid her head on the desk and saw the world turn blurry before her. The irresistible sleepiness took over her body. So tired. She deserved a rest after doing this much, right? She couldn't even feel the cold now. Her body grew even lighter. Slowly, consciousness was also leaving her. Even though the sound of rain was leaving her and was replaced by a white world. You want to restart your life in a place where no one knows about you. That's impossible, even if you paid off your debt. His words came to mind as she weakly smiled. It's possible. Let go of all the labels and find a place to restart your life. Her eyes were closed, along with her consciousness. The girl quietly fell into a never-ending slumber, embraced by the rainy night. I'm not crying, you're crying. Who's cutting the onions here? There's got to be a bad ending. Oh, it depends on what's good, what's bad, but there's got to be a bad ending or one of the bad endings, I think. Would it be spoilers if we watch the credits? Because then we'll know what the girl's name is. Obviously, we know the little girl's name is Il Ling, but we don't know what the other girl, the elder girl, is. And I feel like if we watch the, okay, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm not gonna look at the credits because we might see the girl's name. And I do want to find out what the girl's name is through playing rather than seeing it in the credits. I'm just gonna hop into Crowd's Discord thing and see. It might be that Baldur's Gate 3 is not gonna happen, but we'll see. I can put the Discord sound on so you can hear them both as well. He didn't say any names. Okay. Hey guys. So we're not sure if it's gonna happen today or not. Okay. Oh yeah, the TCG simulator thing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's probably like you guys' decision to call. I'm fine either way because I think I finished the game that I was playing, or more or less finished it. So I'm just waiting on you guys. But it's up to you guys. Mm. Okay, that's unfortunate. I was looking forward to it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities. We just don't know when, right? Yeah, just as usual, just message in the group Discord um, when it's possible, and I'll try to respond when I can. Yeah, like you said, it is what it is. So what can you do? Yeah. So you're gonna go head back to bed then, 7 o'clock, when you get a good point to save. Okay then. Hopefully, yeah, it'll be sometime soon. If not, then yeah, we'll see when. All day, so yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, just keep us updated, I guess. Mm. No worries. Yeah. Thanks for everything. Take care, guys. See you. See you. Bye. Yeah. So I just was talking. So it doesn't look like Baldur's Gate is happening, unfortunately. Okay. So I just changed the stream title. Okay. So we finished the first. Well, I think we finished the first playthrough. Let's finish this off before I can say we finished the first playthrough, and then we'll see what happens. It has been a week since the day I escaped from that prison. When I woke up, I was met with a clean white ceiling and a unique disinfectant scent of a sick room. Apparently, someone found me collapsed on the side of the road and sent me to hospital before I died of hypothermia. Once I got a little better, I was bombarded by police questioning and journalist interviews. I declined them all with the excuse of my unstable mental state. Even for the statement, I only offered the bare minimum. I knew it was pointless, and I just didn't want to assist them with the investigation. It might be futile, but I didn't want to betray her trust. I wanted to give her more thought to what to do first. Okay, that this is the least he can do. So he's actually okay, I guess. However, it wasn't necessary to ask me anyway. It didn't take long before the case was closed. I wasn't shocked by the outcome since I had already had a vague idea. Sorry, I forgot to unmute the game. the PS4. Okay, there we go. It didn't take long before the case was closed. I wasn't shocked by the outcome since I already had a vague idea of it when I left there. Yeah, so basically Monias did the good summary. However, I somehow felt something was lost. It was a bizarre sense of emptiness, as though someone had gouged out my heart. She wanted to start a new life. So that's what she meant. A way to free from her label and answer her prayer to live in a better world. I murmured to myself next to the wind. I lit a cigarette and placed it on the desk. There was nostalgia about this scent that I used to hate. The azure sky had lightened up and the breeze was now blowing. Is it the same sunny day where you are now? I closed my eyes and prayed for her. Ending one, new start. Right, so that's I guess one ending